Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from wherever you're watching the Tower UNN. I'd like to welcome all of you to today's show. And yeah, I'm blessed and highly favored to be able to be here. I know it's been a period of time where I haven't been able to do these lives or come here in lives, but things fell into alignment, and I'm grateful that I get to be here today. So I'd like to welcome you all to the Tower UNN. And as per usual, I'd like to give a big thanks to Mrs. Romala for continuing, and also Senior Remages for continuing doing the shows in my absence, and the production team and everyone who is literally behind UNN and what UNN does, just making sure that even when one soldier is down, work keeps getting done and delivered to the people. But with that being said, today we're going to be looking at Federation for Unity and as a movement against isolationist theory. But before we get deep into this, I do have my co-host in the audience. Senior Kintu will be with us today, and we will go into the traditions of the show. First, we will listen to the national anthem, and right after the national anthem, we will listen to the state anthem, and then we'll get greetings from our co-host, Senior Kintu, and we will start our show from there.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Oh, Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship we'll
And welcome back from the national anthem. And at this point, I would like to call on my co-host, Senior Kintu, to bid his regards to our audience members today.
Thank you very much, Desire. Ladies and gentlemen watching us and listening to us from wherever you are, greetings to you all, and we welcome you to this show. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with the Desire today. After about 2 weeks when she was not feeling well, we were praying for her, and God heard our prayers and sent the illness from her to someone else whom we wished to be dead. And that's why we had that celebration in Uganda a few days ago. And thank God Desire is with us. So we are grateful to God for having saved her from illness. And we are looking forward to serving you a little bit more, God willing. Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu, for that. And as per tradition, we'll be going into a state anthem, and we will be listening to the state anthem of Ankole region. So I'd ask the producer to please play the Ankole state anthem.
Kule twesi mirensi yetu kore eshwa mate no
ubuki bw'enjuki kandi twesimbe aho mugabe waitu atwebembere omubi turi gukora ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza kandi tituri kwebwa bahwera omugabe enganzi kihimbana abamashaza abamagomborora emirka n'abakungu kandi hamwe n'abanyankore twena ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza ojo twananuka ahabw'egyo migisha nyamuhange yaturondere okutwara ensi yaitu egikaro mu maisho kandi n'okugibembera gye ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza ona tituri kwebwa gomamanza gakare agayombekire ensi yaitu gakagitumbura ekagenda mu maisho kandi n'abagijwereire shagama ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza twena twesimire ebirungi byakaro enshozi empito n'emigera amatungo ebibira ebishara n'amayanja kandi narubambanso mugabe waitu ensinkore 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 tushemeza katweyongera okweshongora ensinkore 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 tushemeza
Welcome back from that state anthem. We do play a state anthem at every show due to the fact that this is about federation and federation that relate not only us as Ugandans but our indigeneity within the region, a process to decolonize the whole region. We go back to a federation that recognizes all the national states that existed before Berlin Conference and before the colonizers came and decided where they wanted to draw the lines. So we uplift and highlight the different nations that existed, such as Obugabe, Bwankole. So welcome back from that. But before we get into today's program, we're going to be clearing up a little bit of confusion, because we must understand that the state continues to produce a lot of propaganda, and because we're in this cynical culture of heroism, even our own enemies are turned into heroes just because of their demise by death. At the end of the day, we all are going to die, and that day is coming. But let us not get confused and lied to when our enemies die, that they have died as heroes. So today we wanted to clear up some of that propaganda that has been spreading about Eli Tumwine's heroism and all the sacrifices he had to make, even with his eye, for the people of Uganda. But before we get into that, I'll ask the producer to remind us again who this individual was with just 2 videos, and then Senior Kintu will come and highlight or stress more on this issue.
What prompted the use of lethal weapons? She said there has been before. They are the same weapons that have always been used. Police is deployed and other security forces with guns, with tear gas, with batons, with water bowsers, and other weapons. But every situation, now let me, you Ugandans and all people at large, every situation, we say, every battle changes after the first bullet. Write that down. If you want to fight me, as when we were younger, you would say, okay, you cut it. If you do, once we have started, how I beat you does not have rules. Although for police, there are procedures of how you change and heighten the levels. Police has a right to shoot you and kill you if you reach a certain level of violence. Can I repeat? Police has a right, or any security, if you reach a certain level, they have a right to shoot you, and you'll die for jail for nothing. And I don't want you, anybody wants to take that risk, do it at your own risk. The moment you attack police, we have had police dead, we have had police now injured, and other security forces, 11 of them. Before, if you want to kill me, why should I wait for you not to kill you? We say, onawaya dui kabla jakuwai. You kill the enemy before he kills you. You saw that Jambia man. Suppose he cut the policeman with a panga. The police could have had the right to shoot him there and then with his panga, and there would be no case. So take it from me. This business of, it's everywhere in the world. Attack the police, and the police have levels, minimum force, and in some circumstances, maximum force, where necessary. So it depends on the situation. But in this particular case, much of it was mainly tear gas, bullets in the air, some few batons. So really, it depends on how the situation is. Even if it were you, if anybody holds your hand and is holding it behind his own.
For us in the military, we recruit every year. Every year for 34 years. In the police, we recruit every year. We recruit security personnel. Our population are all in the security services. This is not to intimidate you.
What prompted the use of lethal weapons? She said there has been...
Welcome back from those 2 videos. And we highlight this because these are not words said by anyone else other than the deceased. And we bring back these video footages or these short clips to always remind us of not only how the enemy moves, but how the enemy has been moving. And now all the rampant, what's the word in English? All this hyper heroism that is being seen and displayed about Eddie Tumwine does not even fit the picture of who Eddie Tumwine was, the words that Eddie Tumwine said, and how Eddie Tumwine decided to live his life as a person who was serving in not only Museveni's government, but as a person who has actually been part of wars of crimes of terror and crimes of genocide. So for him to pass and for the whole nation to be uplifting this propaganda of him being a hero because of having one eye, we need to come back, reanalyze why is the enemy, which is the ruling class in Uganda today, using this propaganda? How are they sanitizing and planting seeds for future generations from themselves to come and be in power with us looking at them through those lens of heroism? Because there's nothing heroic that Eddie Tumine has done. There's nothing heroic to his record. But without further ado, I'd like to invite Senior Kintu to speak further to this story or this rising propaganda being pushed of Eddie Tumine's heroism due to his missing eye.
Thank you very much, Desire. Eddie Tumwine is one of the 27 Batusi Museveni started with in the Bush War that led them to capturing power in our country. Eddie Tumwine has died at the rank of a general. In the first place, there is so much false information which has been going around. And now that talking to people who were in the bush with them, now we have found out that these guys, and let's zero in on Eddie Tumwine, never commanded any platoon or battalion, for that matter, during that 5-year war. Never. This is information we have from people who were there with them. Eddie Tumwine never attended any military academy to even qualify as a sergeant. And yet he was made a general. And the people refer to him as a general. Eddie Tumwine has claimed, or some people who are spreading this false propaganda, that he was a war hero whereby he lost one of his eyes in the fighting. And that is not true. He didn't lose his eye in the fighting. In the first place, he has never even fought. He was always hiding in the tent when the young Buganda boys were doing all the fighting and taking care of themselves, while this guy and his comrades were sitting comfortably in a tent, conspiring how to capture power, how to manipulate the people, and how to expand from that rural area to the entire country and the entire Great Lakes region. Now we have found out that when they were camped at a place called Muwangazima in Wachato near Ngoma in Bulemezi, there was a time when the young boy who was his escort or bodyguard, or you can call him his boy, by the name of Bwabye, was cleaning the AK-47 rifle, which most soldiers will do. They will clean their guns. And this young man, Bwabye, forgot a bullet in the chamber. Now, when he was dismantling the gun, and the bullet accidentally shot out of the gun and hit Eddie Tumwine's eye. That's how he lost his eye. It was only at a moment of cleaning weapons, but not a moment of fighting the enemy. And we are going to get the expert who was there with them very soon, sometime this week, is going to give us more information regarding the false information these guys have been spreading, purporting to be heroes or war heroes or fighters, which is nonsense because they are not. Also, we have information that if anybody wants to know the truth, the people that should be put on the carpet is Muzei Naduli and the Muchala Nalweiso, because they were there. If we question them or quiz them thoroughly, and if they are willing to be honest to themselves, they will come and prove what we are saying, and they will prove what I've said about this man is losing his eye, that it was an accident when the young boy called Bwabye was cleaning the AK-47, and a bullet that had been forgotten in the chamber flew out and hit this Mutusi's eye, but not at a fighting with the enemy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senior Chechu, for that. And regardless of how, because this brings further light to the lies and how propaganda is made and created, so that we understand that the enemy is lying at every turning opportunity that they get to lie. But we also should be critical enough to understand that death of the morning of someone does not vindicate them of their actions whilst they were living. It is not an opportunity for them to become heroes. It is not an opportunity for us to mourn them like they haven't caused pain and suffering to many and many more, that we haven't even grieved or even attended to the suffering that Eddie Tumwine has caused to a lot of households in Uganda. All that is ignored just because he has a title that is given to him out of nepotism. We should be critical enough to analyze the situation and understand who the enemy is at every point. Because if we keep going like this, Museveni will die and be a hero or the godfather of a nation, us vindicating him of all the war crimes and genocide against Ugandans. Because Eddie Tumwine was there at every turn, but apparently he now is a hero. So many in the military have also passed, and we've vindicated them of their crimes, not only in Uganda, but across the border in Somalia and in the Congo, because they have died with a title. Dying with a title doesn't vindicate you of your actions whilst you were living. But with that being said, we would like to move on from that topic, and hopefully we get to reflect more and be more critical when we receive information as a people, because the job is ours to be done. Peace of mind for our nation is ours to be kept. And if we fail at those tasks of analyzing and reallocating ourselves on how we want the nation to run, that's how we will keep letting the enemy win. But with that being said, we will move on to today's topic. And in today's topic, we're going to be talking about federation, not only as an ideology, but also as an organizing technique for liberation. We're going to be looking at federation as a strategy for unification, but we're going to break this down as we go deeper into the show. We're going to look at federation in respect to not only Uganda, but we're going to also look at federation in respect to the East African community, and then we will also look at federation in respect to Africa as a whole. And we bring this topic because it's important for, I guess, all of us, because at the end of the day, it is the masses that are the deciding factor in how we want to be governed. It is important for us to know what will work best for us in terms of organizing ourselves, and what will work for us in terms of us achieving what is needed for our nation. But without further ado, we're going to go into federation in regards to Uganda versus isolation policy. And for this, we have to go all the way back to Kabaka Mutesa II, the year 1943, when he was crowned into Kabakaship and after that made the president of Uganda when it was brought together. What were the thoughts? What did the British want to do with federation of the region, not only Uganda, but also East Africa? And what does this mean for us in today's world? So I'll ask the producer to please play that video. I apologize, it will be in Luganda, but the rest of the videos we're going to watch today are going to be in English.
Ssekabaka Edward Lwangula Walugembe Muteesa II yali mwana wa kutaano mu baana ba Ssekabaka Dawudi Chwa. Dawudi Chwa abaana yabaweza ebyafaayo biraga 36 naye mu bo Muteesa ye yavaamu n'afuuka kabaka wa Buganda owa 35 n'atuuzibwa ku Namulondo mu Butongole mu 1942 ye Nnaggalabi mu Buddonga kyajjaweza emyaka 18. Mu kiseera ekyo Buganda nayo yali wansi w'obufuzi bw'Abamatwala Abangereza era baali basala amagezi agagigattako ebitundu ebirala oluvannyuma ebyakola ensi eyitibwa Uganda olwaleero. Abangereza bano be bamu Muteesa be yagugulana nabo emyaka ejjaddirira ku ky'okugatta Buganda ku bitundu ebirala olubalyoke bamutwale mu buwaŋŋanguse e Bungereza omulundi ogwasooka mu 1953. Mu 1924 maama wa Muteesa Drusilla Namaganda yamuzaalira amaka g'omusajja eyayitibwanga Albert Cook eyabeeranga e Makindye mu Kampala. Yali musajja mukugu mu kujjanjaba n'okuzaalisa era ye mutandisi w'eddwaliro ly'e Mengo e Kampala. Muteesa baayanga okumuteekateeka mu by'obukulembeze. Ku myaka 5 yali atandise okubeera mu basomesa abakugu nga Reverend H.M. Grace eyali akulira King's College e Buddo. Oluvannyuma ennyo ng'amaliriza okusoma e Buddo, Muteesa yayongerwayo e Bungereza ku Magdalen College e Cambridge era eyo gye yatendekerwa mu by'amagye n'avaayo ng'ali ku ddaala erya Kano. Ebyobufuzi by'Abamatwale byali bibunye wonna Muteesa wagenda okusomera ne we yaddira. Abangereza bamulumirizanga okujeemesa abantu ate n'abantu nga balumiriza Muteesa okuba omutiitiizi ng'Abazungu batwala ensi ye. Olumu katono ne baminisita b'emmengo bakubwa abantu mu kwecwacwana okwabangawo. Terwalwa mu 1905 Abangereza baleeta ekiteeso Buganda egattibwe ku bitundu ebirala bifuuke Uganda. Olwo ate Uganda egattibwe ku Kenya ne Tanganyika olwaleero eyitibwa Tanzania bakole ekitundu ekiyitibwa British East Africa. Muteesa yalinnya mu kyoto. Olukiiko emmengo ne lusaba Buganda yeetongole biveemu kyokka nga ne Gavana Andrew Cohen bakama b'e Bungereza bamutadde ku bunkenke okugatta ebitundu ebyo. Amagezi Cohen ge yafuna gaali gakutikka Muteesa kumutwala mu buwaŋŋanguse e Bungereza.
Butisa II, Kabaka of Buganda, is in London to fight the government's decision to exile him from the little province that is part of the Uganda Protectorate.
Abangereza ku muliro baayiwako amafuta bwe baleeta ekiteeso nti olukiiko emmengo lulonde kabaka omulala. Abaganda ne beesoma okujemera abafuzi b'Amatwale ekiba kibe. Gavana Cohen endasi zaamuggwa n'akkiriza okutuula mu nteeseganya n'Abaganda. Era oluvannyuma lw'endagaano ya Hancock oba Wankoko nga bwe yaganja mu budde obwo, Muteesa yadda mu nsi ye mu Okitoba wa 1955. Muteesa teyamanya nti ekyali kigenda okutwala obwakabaka kyali kitandika butandisi kubanga vaawo mpitowombi obufuzi yagendera ddala mu maaso okutuuka Muteesa lwe yalondebwa nga pulezidenti wa Uganda eyasooka mu 1963. Enteeseganya ezaali e Bungereza mu 1961 mwezi okukola ssemateeka wa Uganda zaalimu ne Milton Obote eyali abaze okufuna ekifo kya Ssaabaminisita kubanga kye kyali eky'enkizo okusinga ku kya pulezidenti. Abamu ku baali mu nteeseganya ezo nga babaza ebyobufuzi bwe bigenda okutambula bakkaanya ekibiina kikabaka yekka kikola omukago ne Uganda People's Congress ekyobote balemesa Democratic Party. Kyokka enkolagana ya kabaka yekka ne UPC yagenda efuna ebigiremesa okutuuka mu 1964 lwe yasaanawo. Entalo z'ebyobufuzi zaakwata wansi ne waggulu ng'olwo eno Ssaabaminisita Obote ne Idi Amin omuduumizi w'amagye babataddeko omusango gw'okubba amasanga e Congo ng'ate olukiiko emmengo lwesomye lwagala gavumenti ya Uganda esenguke eve ku ttaka lya Buganda efune ekibanja awalala. Ekiteeso ekyo kyatabula Obote. Era mu 1966 amagezi ge yafuna okukkakanya ebyaliwo yasindika musajja we Idi Amin ne bakuba olubiri lwa kabaka emmengo. Era katono Muteesa afiiremu singa tebaali basajja be nga Katende, George Malo, Mumiransanafu n'abalala okumuyambako okudduka. Mu 1967 obwakabaka bwa Buganda n'obwakabaka obulala bwonna mu Uganda gavumenti y'Obote yabuwera. Olwo ebyobuwangwa n'ebyobufuzi by'emmengo abantu ne batandika kubyogerangako mu kyama. Mu 1969 abantu nga bakyalina essuubi nti oba oliawo Muteesa alidda nga bwe gwali mu 1955 amawulire gaatuuka kuno nti yali afiiridde Rotherhithe mu Bungereza ekikyateeberezebwa okuba nti bwali butwa obwateekebwa mu mwenge. Abamu bakkiriza nti ddala Muteesa yali afudde ate bangi ne basigala nga babuusabuusa. Mu 1971 Amin yakulembera abasirikale abalumba olubiri olwo yali kyajjawambe mukama we Obote yalagira enjole ya Muteesa nezzibwa ku butaka era n'aziikibwa mu masiro g'e Nabulagala Kasubi mu Kampala. Omulembe Omuteesa gwajjula okusika omugwa mu byobufuzi naye teyabulwa budde kulambulanga ku bantu be n'okukola ebyamunyumiranga.
kabaka bamutegeeza nti embugo twazirabye nga tukeera ku makya nga tugenda nga ŋŋamba nti nno tova mabega tovaako mabega koze ekikale nga tugenda nga tulaba embogo bazicaggula kati ye n'akwata emundu embogo zaali ziyita
mu tajeti.
Ate era ndowooza twetaaga n'okuteekawo ebijjukiza abantu bamulabako n'okuwandiika ebitabo kuba bw'otowandiika bitabo kizibu nnyo okupreservinga ebimufaako.
Muteesa yawasa Damali Nakawombe mu 1948 n'abakyala abalala okwali Sarah Nawule Kisosonkole azaala Ronald Muwenda Mutebi kabaka wa Buganda owa 36 ali ku Namulondo kati. Bingi ku byataataaganya omulembe gwe Muteesa yabiwandiika mu kitabo kye Desecration of My Kingdom kye yasooka okufulumya mu 1967. Emyaka giweza 50 bukya Muteesa ajja mukono mu ngabo. Akyajjukirwa nnyo era alijjukirwa olw'okuyimirirawo ku nsonga za Buganda.
Welcome back from that video. And with that video, just a translation went over the history of Kabaka Muteesa and the clashes that were happening between, of course, Buganda nation and the British when they did come over and wanted to bring Uganda together as a nation, but also wanted to create the British East Africa. So, Senior Kintu, with that context being said, I think I want us to start with the question of isolationists who believe that Buganda itself can govern itself as a nation solely, independently, and isolated from everyone around it without the influence of others. How do we approach such mentality to clear up the fog of confusion that it brings to how the world even works today?
Thank you very much, Desire, for bringing up this very interesting word, isolation. Before the white people came to our part of Africa, we were small nations. Buganda was a nation. Bunyoro was a nation. Ankole was a nation. The Kikuyus were a nation. The Akambas were a nation. The Bahaya of Bukoba were a nation. And the Basukuma of Mwanza were a nation. Now, those of you who are interested in our history should remember that Buganda as a nation had diplomatic relations with a small nation of Ukerewe in Lake Victoria, a very tiny island, but it was a nation. Buganda had diplomatic relations with the nation of Bahaya, or sometimes we call them Abaziba, of Bukoba. And for that reason, we never had any fight with those two nations because our diplomatic relations were solid and very, very effective. In fact, a visa to enter Buganda had to be acquired in Ukerewe. That's why the first missionaries had to camp in Ukerewe, get clearance, and be escorted on Ukerewe boats from there to Entebbe or Munyonyo, where they landed. They could not come on their own boats. And unless they have been brought by the soldiers or the security officers of Ukerewe king, they could not be accepted to enter Buganda. And it is for that reason why Bishop Huntington of the Anglican Church, who wanted to enter Buganda from Busoga, was killed because he had broken immigration laws of entering Buganda. You do not enter Buganda from the east side. You have to have clearance from Ukerewe and come by Lake Victoria and enter Buganda. That being said, when the British established their control over Buganda as a kingdom, as a nation, they used their FIFRE techniques to incorporate other nations and create a protectorate, which they called a protectorate, but in actual fact, it was a colony. They created what now we call Uganda. And the word Uganda comes from the word Buganda. The only cut off the letter B. And they created this nation. Now, by then, we could have survived as small nations. But when things have changed, as they have now, you can understand that isolation into small nations of Ukerewe, of Bahaya, of Baganda, of Ankole, of Bunyoro, of Toro, cannot survive the forces that are challenging Africa as a continent. So when you are thinking in terms of isolation, I'll say, are you going back to the 17th century? If you are in this year 2022, then think twice. Because the challenges we are facing now, we can't survive in those small isolation. However, we can survive by maintaining a federal system. After all, our ancestors agreed that we should all incorporate and become one Uganda. Yes, one Uganda in our diversity. This is where our concept of a federal system within Uganda makes a lot more sense. And leave the important issues of national security on the level of a national government, but the other matters to do with how we take care of ourselves, how we administer, how we propagate our cultures and languages and norms and taboos, whatever, leave it to the local federal system. Now, I want to highlight one other thing. There is a federation and there is a confederation. If you look at those two concepts, they are both political. You do not have a federation which is not political. During that time when Mutesa was having problems with the British colonialists had succeeded turning into one united federation of three so-called countries. We had the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland, which is Northern Rhodesia, which is now Zambia, Southern Rhodesia, which is Zimbabwe, Nyasaland, which is now Malawi. You see, they were consolidating those three colonies into one federation, whereby politically it was going to be one government, one unitary government for that matter. And since they had heavily settled in Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe, and portions of northern Rhodesia, which is now Zambia, not so much in Nyasaland, which is now Malawi, they were going to have that new political unit controlled by the white settlers. And whom do they make head of that Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland with one unitary government? A Mzungu man called Sir Roy Werenske. He was the president of the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland. Now, if you look at East Africa, The British had heavily settled in Kenya, which they ruled as a colony, and they ruled Uganda as a protectorate, which was a whitewashing terminology. And Tanzania, or Tanganyika at that time, Tanganyika was a colony under trusteeship, because Tanganyika had been a German colony. It was handed over to the British for supervision after the Germans were defeated in World War I. Now, if you look, by the way, in Tanzania, the British did nothing. Those years they were administering it up to independence. Whatever infrastructure was in Tanganyika is what the Germans did. The British never added on anything. But they had found that Tanganyika had diamonds at Mwadui, which is in Mwanza province, and they had gold at Geita, and they had wood in southern Tanzania, somewhere there near Masasi and the Mtwara region towards Mozambique. Now, the hard black wood of that region is what they are using to make piano keys. It is so hard that it is, sometimes the people say it is harder than a stone. And that was, in value, it was equivalent to having a gold mine. So they wanted to have the Federation of East Africa. If they had succeeded and they create a Federation of East Africa, then there would be no such a thing as Buganda, Busoga, Toro, Bunyoro, Acholi, Teso. No, those would be wiped out. We would have one unitary government controlled by the British settlers in the Kenya Highlands, Eldoret, Nakuru, and everywhere. And probably they could have put a governor, not a governor, rather, but a prime minister, give him the name of Wilson. In the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland, you have Sir Roy Werenske. We would have Wilson as governor of East Africa. In South Africa, of course, you know how it was there. They would have now covered a very big portion of the African continent under their control. This is where our resistance to the so-called federation came in. And that plan or conspiracy could not succeed because of Mutesa's plan.
Senior Kintu, that's why I have a question. So watching this video is when we see how this was the plan then, and when you look at all the colonial components at that point in time, as you've gone through them, what was happening when they were trying to consolidate parts of South Africa into one also federal nations, and also have the British East Africa. And we now come into present day today, where we still are almost in the same place, but only the faces have changed. And that brings me to the question of East African Federation as it stands today, with nothing but puppets to represent it. Isn't it the same as having a British governor? Because Museveni clearly does not work for the Ugandan people or the people of Buganda, Ankole, Iteso, or Acholi. We cannot say equally the same for most of the leaders in the East African bloc. So aren't we just stuck in the same place but with different faces at this point in time, you think?
You are absolutely correct. You see, again, we look back. What is the purpose of colonialism? What is the purpose of slavery? The purpose of colonialism and slavery is one, economic. When they had slavery, when they had colonialism, they could send their boys like Sir Roy Werenske to manage the colony so that they can reap off the benefits. Now, as you know, they forced Rhodesia, southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, to be the biggest producer of tobacco in the entire British colonies. Now, are you going to tell me that some poor fellow there in Bulawayo could one day have a meal full of tobacco at the table and feed his children? No, it was for the benefit of the British, because, as you remember, it was in style for any white person to smoke a cigarette, and if you're high class, you smoke a cigar. Now, where did the tobacco come from? Rhodesia. And they had bewitched the Rhodesians to feel proud of saying, we are the biggest producer of tobacco in the entire British Empire, which is nonsense. Because you should be proud of producing food to feed your own people, but not to feed the arrogant British hooligans sitting in London smoking cigars. You never see a picture of Churchill without a cigar. And that was, a symbol of being high class. Now, economic exploitation was at the center of everything they ever did, and it is at the center of everything they do today. Now, what has changed is now they have been very successful in taming some Africans. The Portuguese used to call them assimilados, but the British have tamed some Africans, and not only the British, by the way, all the white people. They have tamed some Africans to serve their interests while they are sitting in London, Paris, and Washington, and New York, enjoying air-conditioned houses, while the Africans are doing the dirty work for them. If there is any bullet or arrow to fly, it will hit the Africans, but not the white boys. Okay? What these people, these foreign exploiters have done, they have manipulated our independence to the point that we cannot elect our own leaders. In many cases, they stage coups, they manipulate coups, they engineer coups, they train these bastards in their own military academies. I think I told you in one of our programs before that when I came to America 100 years ago, we used to have this program called a SPAO program, which brought many young Africans to study here. And they went back, they became professors, they became lawyers, they became bankers, they became judges, they became, all kinds of doctors, professionals. Right now, as we are talking, that program is no longer here. But we have what they call IMET, which brings young African soldiers to be trained in military academy here to go back and carry out their bid. And I call them his master's voice. Those who remember those old gramophones, his master's voice. When these boys have graduated from here, like Paul Kagame, and I think Kayihura also studied here, they go back, they carry out the orders of the white boy who trained them. And we have many of them in the military establishment. These are what now they are using. And those who have not come here for military training, they have been infiltrated and brainwashed to worship whatever the white man tells them. And that includes people like Yoweri Museveni and many others around the world. These guys are doing exactly what the white man wants them to do without him sitting there in Africa to carry out this work. Now, if they had, by the way, let me put this way. When we gained independence, the man who was behind creating the UPC party, Mr. Pigram, he was the intelligence officer in the governor's office, remained in Uganda and worked in Obote's government until Obote was overthrown in 1971. Now, do you think he was there just having his tea? He was there influencing and designing policies which Obote's regime had to follow. Now, when you talk about Obote attacking the palace at Mengo, trying to eradicate, or rather to clean out the palace, the kingship of Buganda, don't be surprised, because you had this, call him a devil, in the prime minister's office. Obote was not thinking for himself as far as these kind of policies were concerned. He was following orders being given to him by people like Mr. Pigram. All right? So Obote was doing what the white man could have done if he was sitting there physically. So the plan of erasing our sovereignty and forcing us to get into this political federation has never changed. They have only changed the tactics. And one of the things that I observe is first destroy these primary unit cells that create Uganda. After you've destroyed those, then it is easy to move into the second stage. When they were proposing it in the 1950s, they just took it for granted that once we force these guys to form a federation, as they did in Rhodesia and Nyasaland, everything is going to work out okay. Because they forgot that these simple, solid, indigenous, authentic African elements that form the foundation of their society, the Chonas, the Ndeberes, the whatever, they had forgotten that these things were solid and strong. That's why the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland finally collapsed. But this time they are learning it the hard way. They want to use our fellow Africans and bullshit us so that we think, oh, we are all one. No. We are different, but we are united in our diversity as Africans. In other words, a federation of East Africa cannot work. What can only work is a common market, not a federation as a political entity, but a common market which is under our supervision and our control as an economic unit is the only thing that can work. And I can go more in this market to show the differences.
I think, Senior Kintu, that brings me to my next question, and I think it aligns with what you just said. For members in our audience, to understand what are the benefits for the enemy, this kind of federation? Why such a push for a blind-sighted federation that we as Africans do not benefit from? What is the general interest in this kind of federation versus what will happen if we actually organize ourselves for a federation that actually works for us? What are we missing out that the enemy wants to gain from?
I don't think we have anything to gain out of a federation because, as I said, a federation is a political entity. We have not been able to synchronize a peaceful existence as a diverse people in a small unit, and I'm saying small compared to an East African unit. We have not succeeded yet in synchronizing our peaceful coexistence as a people within Uganda. How can you move Uganda, which is now having problems as under a unitary system of government, and move us into another unitary system of government, East African wise? It just can't work.
Mm.
As Professor Gukina said, when we are talking about reconciliation, we have some, ongoing problems within our own small units. Baganda against Basoga, against Banyoro, Bachori against Langis, Langis against Baganda. We need to have this reconciliation and restructure ourselves on a federal system of government within Uganda as an entity. After we have achieved that, then we can deal with our neighbors in Kenya, not on a federation level, but rather a common market. What we need in Kenya, what we need in Tanzania, what we need in Somalia is a common market whereby we can trade with each other and we can also protect each other economic interests as a people without surrendering our unit identity as Ugandans, as Kenyans. Look at the Europeans. They have the so-called European Union, but a Frenchman is still French. You still need a visa to go to France. A German is still German, but they have one common currency. They have a common market, and they are protecting their resources. You touch one, you've touched all of them. They will come and bite you. So this is what we need. If you look at Africa, our economies are being exploited by foreigners. They are not benefiting us. And yet there are some Africans who have been, I don't know what their brains are. They feel proud of seeing white people come, dig everything out of the soil, and put it on the boat and take it away. And then they think this is wonderful. This is not wonderful. This is clean robbery. All those resources should be serving us. Now, when we have a united common market with a united, strong self-defense system, there should be no foreign troops on the African continent. 2, there should be a common policy which governs how our resources are being mined and utilized. But when we are in these small units like Gambia, Benin, Congo, Brazzaville, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, you cannot equitably negotiate a deal that is beneficial to you when you are faced with some of these big monsters from outside. And also you need to wake up and realize that we have to defend our national interests. And those national interests are predominantly economic and security. So my thinking is we should work on having a common market with the common policies whereby they serve all of us uniformly against who is the purported enemy. Because many of our African people don't understand who is your enemy. Your enemy is not a Congolese or a Zambian. The only time a Congolese or a Zambian or a Rwandese is your enemy is because some monsters from outside have used him or her to be a threat to your security and your survival. And by the way, those people who are creating problems are actually acting on orders from outside, not from inside. As one Congolese asked me a question not too long ago when I was in Paris, he said, we had Obote in Uganda, we had Nyerere in Tanzania, we had Habyarimana in Rwanda, and we Congolese never had any problem with any of all of those until Kagame comes and Museveni comes. Now we are bleeding to death. over 15 million people have been killed in Congo. You see, it's not that Uganda or Rwanda is a threat to Congo. It is the coming of these bastard leaders in these countries who are working on sinister orders of the foreign exploiters that are now creating problems. We never had any problem with Somalia until Museveni was ordered to send troops to Somalia. Now, Museveni is being caught with his pants down, supplying weapons to Tigray to screw up Ethiopia. Do you think he's doing it on his own choice? No. He's following orders from someone else. Because we have information that even the Tigris were being trained by American AFRICOM. Now, who is supplying the Tigris to screw up Ethiopia? The answer is obvious.
And I think now this conversation brings me to the next part of our program today, because when we talk about, for example, whenever we talk about like a united Africa or a united East African bloc, we're talking about it in terms of course, there is the way how it's given to us in terms of all these fluffy words are provided, developments going to come, like with the current leaders. But then the question is, what will actually be the silver bullet? Because even when we go back to the historical sense of it, we've looked at East Africa, how that was. And then there is the idea that the one silver bullet to imperialism as it stands, to foreigners being able to meddle with African issues, the whole continent needs to unify versus having regional solid blocks unifying. That there is more of a necessity for the continent to come into unification as one versus having all these regional blocks, because that also still leaves us weak to some of the things that you say, to being able to defend ourselves and having this common market that cannot be manipulated or interrupted by foreign forces per se.
Yes, you are right. One of the basic tenet a person must have is you have to understand what your problem is and the nature of your problem. You have to understand that. It is very basic. Even when you are sick, the doctor is going to ask you, you said you have pain in your stomach, you have this, you have this. Yes. The doctor is going to ask you, what did you eat? That is the first question. And he's going to ask you, have you been to the bathroom in the last 12 hours? And you probably will say, I haven't been to the bathroom in 2-3 days. Now we got to check. Many Africans don't understand what is their problem today. Many Africans have no clue. And what makes me sick is to see that even those you would think are in a position to know better don't. I had one Congolese proudly tell me that he had talked to some company from Michigan who are going to invest $400 million in Ituri region to do some mining. And that will bring stability to the region and bring wealth to that region. I looked at that fool, and thank God I had to be polite. I could have slapped that fool in the face. Are you stupid? You think when these people say they are bringing $400 million to dig whatever is in the soil of Ituri region, that is going to make your grandmother wealthy, and it is going to bring development to that region? doesn't realize that they are coming to steal whatever you have in that soil. Mbuji-Mayi is the capital of diamonds in Congo, DRC. Go to Mbuji-Mayi today. Many of those families don't even have 2 plates out of which they can serve you food. They are so poor that they will eat from one basket. And yet the diamonds that are dug out of Mbuji-Mayi have brought billions of wealth to people in Tel Aviv and Antwerp and London and New York. You see, the stupidity we are harboring in our heads is also assisting these people to exploit us even more. And by the way, you are going to notice that these exploiters love these kind of African fools, and they'll make them sit in high positions so that they can manipulate them and they take everything we have in our soil. That is the tragedy. And some of us cannot even see through it. We have a lot to do, especially on this platform here on UNN, to teach our people so that they can wake up and understand that the threat to Africa is from outside, primarily using some of our mediocre brains whom they have planted in positions of power to do the bid for the white people. We need to wake up and restructure our administration, but we have to fend off this kind of local, what did that woman call herself? We have to fend off this kind of, let me be blunt. We have to get rid of these nincompoops from positions of responsibility. That is the first step. And we have the power and the means to get rid of these nincompoops. Because we can do it if we want. Only what we need is to make the decision that we are not going to allow any nincompoop to sit in a position of power within our country. Once we have achieved that, then we are going to have real Africans making policies and decisions which help us. I am a strong advocate of an African common market with some technical commissions that are setting the rules and the regulations which govern. One, we must have, by the way, Africa is now a very big producer of oil. We should look at what the Arabs did when they organized OPEC. We must have our African OPEC, which governs how any foreign country or company can come and drill oil. Uniform policies, but not make our small countries be subject to intimidation, manipulation, and the pressure of these gigantic foreign companies. Take a country like Congo Brazzaville. Is a big oil producer, but the French company Alpha dictates to them how they want to dig oil out of that country, and they cannot fight back. By the way, the GNP of Congo Brazzaville is smaller than the assets of that gigantic French company called Alpha. Uganda's GNP is not comparable to what Exxon owns. Exxon Oil Company is by far more powerful economically, financially, and also diplomatically because they have the support of the U.S. government. When the U.S. government says we are protecting our interests, don't think that the children of the president are in Uganda and are being protected. Their interest is How is Exxon exploiting oil from Uganda? That's the American interest. That's what they are going to defend. We have to have policies governing how any foreign company can come in Africa and cut our timber. In other words, we have to defend and protect our rainforests, because once you destroy that, you are destroying the continent. And pretty soon, it is going to become one huge Sahara desert if we don't follow the right procedures. But a small country like Benin, Togo, Cameroon cannot effectively protect our rainforest, because those huge companies from Switzerland, from Sweden, from America are going to come and cut the timber to oblivion. So we cannot afford that. We cannot afford to have small countries exploit our natural gas, like now you have in Rwanda, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in so many countries. You cannot negotiate effectively with these countries. If we had a united continent, a united continent in the so-called common market, with common commissions that govern how natural gas is drilled in Africa, those commissions will be professional commissions with highly intelligent Africans bringing their brains and their resources to bear. Now, when you turn to the fishery, I think I told you one time that I was in Namibia twice some years ago and had a chance to sit down with the minister and we talked about protecting the what you call it, oceanic area of Namibia. By the way, Namibia has a stream, I think within 10, 15 miles of the shore. It's very rich in fish because some cool water and warm water interact there, and they bring a lot of fish from the southern area, Cape Town, and from the north, and they interact there. So you find that there were fishing boats from Japan, from China, from Denmark, from Norway, exploiting that marine land, marine water, which is supposed to be connected to the country of Namibia. There is, I think the UN, I've forgotten the name of that commission. They outlined how many miles in the ocean that the country can claim to be under its control. And this is where the fish is. Now, these foreign fishing ships, they are actually floating factories. They fish, they process, they can everything on board. And they will spend there 2-3 months. By the time they go back to their home countries, they have filled up that big ship. Namibia could not afford to protect that marine territory, which is theirs. They tried to borrow assistance from, I think, Sweden. But again, it was very, very minimal. If we had a continental commission which is focused on protecting the marine territory that belongs to respective countries, that of Namibia, Angola, Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, those countries which are bordering the oceans. And of course, on this side, you have Tanzania, Mozambique, Kenya, Somalia. We wouldn't have these problems. But can you imagine? Do you think a small country like Somalia can protect that portion of the marine territory which belongs to Somalia? When Kenya on the side also protects its soul, they cannot. If we had a continental commission that is in charge of protecting that marine space for our countries, we wouldn't have this problem. And in fact, for Somalia and Benin, I would even add on these, especially European nuclear companies and the chemical companies have been dumping chemical and the nuclear waste on the coast of Somalia and the coast of Benin. That is already known. Greenpeace has already written so many documents and exposed us on these kind of crimes. But we are too weak to defend ourselves. We need a united continent to be able to defend the continental marine territory. Otherwise, well, people are dying in Somalia of some nuclear waste poisoning. Women
That's not
have
even us.
producing babies that have no nose or no ears. It's incredible. So my thinking is, and in fact, I was reading the book by Kwame Nkrumah talking about this. We have to have a united Africa, not united in the form of a federation with one president, as the United States of America is. No, let us maintain our sovereignty as nations, but have a united common market. And then, under that common market, we would have specialized commissions that take care of our specific interests. As I said, one is a united military defense system whereby no foreign forces should be allowed on the African continent. And that means no French troops in Gabon or Chad or Central African Republic, no AFRICOM anywhere on the African continent, no British troops in Kenya. Let us be ourselves.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu, for that. And I think I'll just push it a bit further to not only do we need to respect our I think that's why it connects so much to what the work that we've been doing here with UNN and why we do it. When we talk about African sovereignty, we're talking about the primary action of building nationalism that has to do with recognition of the indigenous nations within that region. Because yes, there is I've forgotten the name of the place, but it's in northern Uganda that that has lineage in 3 different places. I've, but I'll come back to it. I'll use the example of Ashanti, which is an indigenous nation that was divided into so many parts that some, to present day, some are found in Nigeria, others are found in Ghana. There has to be reconciliation when it comes to indigenous nations, how far they stretched, their areas, and a recognition of the sovereignty of them to decide how they go forward before even considering the bracket nation that was created by the colonizer. And then from then, we do need this common marketplace, this unified military defense place. And I think that's why it brings us back to where we started today. Why being an isolation based fighter or liberator when it comes to maybe Buganda or Ankole cannot work, because those nations find themselves not only in Uganda but also on the African continent, which always has to be acknowledged. So when we fight for the Federation of Uganda, we must know that the battle is not yet over. There is still a heavy push for Uganda's total federal liberation that involves itself in the big picture, if that makes sense. But as we move on a little bit, I want to go back to, you did mention the diplomatic relations that Buganda already has. And we're going to go into a video that's going to set the foundation or the grounds that this notion of African unity is not just when Kwame Nkrumah talked about it. It's not just when we're seated here talking about it. It's something, as you said, Senior Kintu, Buganda had diplomatic relations across the region, but that process was interrupted or intercepted by foreigners. And Africa did have a chance, or still has a chance, of unifying, as that would have happened ultimately as they were in this region dealing with each other. But European interruption or interception has changed the flow of tides. It's the same thing whereby I think in one of in Museveni's mind, and a paper written on him, he understood. This is one thing that Museveni understood very well. If you can predict history or where a nation's going or where the revolution's going, you can react to mold it into your favor. That's why everything he stood on, he doesn't stand on, because it was all fake to begin with and just a ploy to grasp power. So I'd like to ask the producer to please play us a video. We're going to watch Kwame Ture talk about the history of Pan-Africanism and where we went wrong, or what went wrong, and where we stand. And this is recorded back in the 90s. So it's not too old, but still relevant.
Europe everywhere speaks of European continental unity. Even though Europe has fought more fratricidal wars than any other continent, or all the continents put together, Europe still speaks of European continental unity. Of course, Africa will unify before Europe, but that's not the point of discussion here this evening. The fact that Europe, with all the fratricidal wars she has fought, can speak of continental unity shows this evolutionary process. Africa, like any other society anywhere in the world, was involved in this same evolutionary process, going from family to tribe to clan to nation to continent. This evolutionary process was interrupted by European imperialism. It came in two forms: slavery and colonialism. First, they took over 300 million, the strongest, out of Africa, and then they divided Africa at the Berlin Conference. So you can see that Africa herself was moving on this evolutionary process. This evolutionary process, which would lead to continental unity, and Africa will still be the first continent unified, was interrupted by European capitalism. Since it was interrupted by European capitalism, an evolutionary process, the only way that Africa can unite today is through a revolutionary process aiming at a socialist economy. If capitalism destroyed us, it doesn't make sense to use capitalism to continue with it. We must use the antithesis of capitalism, which of course is socialism. And certainly if an evolutionary process has been interrupted, the only way we can capture the time lost is through a revolutionary process. We state these facts only to let you know that those of us who are revolutionary, Pan-Africanists, is not because we love revolution. It is historically determined, and we have no alternative but to follow history and to use history for the benefit of our people. So this then is the general outlines of Pan-Africanism. So you must not think that Africanism just began. Had Africa been left untrampled by European imperialism, we'd have a long time achieved continental unity. Secondly, Pan-Africanism must be seen as a movement, a mass movement. And this mass movement must be properly understood. Africa, of course, because of racism, is belittled everywhere. And many people do not see Africa's constant, underline the word constant, contributions to world civilization. Since the 1940s, Africa has given, even before the 1940s, actually, we can go back to the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Africa has given to world political movements a mass character. Africans revolt in masses, never as a vanguard party. If you look at the independence struggle in Africa, it was nothing less than mass. If you look at the struggle in the Caribbean for independence, it was nothing less than mass. And even in the United States of America, the only movement they call a mass movement is our movement. Therefore, this mass character must be properly understood. Pan-Africanism has this mass character. Africans have this mass character in responding. And our responsibility is to bring this mass character together make it precise so that it can direct its blows at the enemy, hitting him until we knock him down. Therefore, the task of Pan-Africanism is to gather the masses of our people together in the same organization, irrespective of where they find themselves, be it in Europe, be it in the United States, be it in the Caribbean, or be it in Africa. This is the first aspect, then we must understand. Pan-Africanism found its organizational expressions in 1900. Here, a Pan-African conference, here the word conference, was organized by Africans from all over the world. They came together deciding that something must be done for Africa. One of the leading organizers of this conference was a man by the name of Henry Sylvester Williams, born in Trinidad, a man whom you should do some history on, a very, very great man. Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois attended the conference, but he was not one of the leaders in 1900. By 1917, 1918, the idea of a necessity for a Pan-African Congress, not conference, Congress, was to be called. But most of the people who did the conference were dead. Henry Sylvester Williams was dead. A lot of them were dead. Du Bois was about the only one who was alive. Du Bois recognized he had a historic responsibility to continue the work of Pan-Africanism, so he called the first Pan-African Congress. Make a clear distinction. The first one in 1900 was a conference. Du Bois, being intelligent, understanding that a conference is limited and a Congress has more elasticity and can go longer, called it a Pan-African Congress. From the 1990s up until 1945, we could say seriously, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois just about single-handedly kept the flame of Pan-Africanism alive. One thing must also be underlined to you. Pan-Africanism was brought into being in its organized form by the Africans outside of Africa. This was done only because of the oppression of Africa. At that time, Africa was under total colonial domination. There could be no political meetings. As a matter of fact, if you had the paper of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, you could go to jail. So the conditions were such that it was difficult for the Africans on the continent to organize. Africans off of the continent, recognizing this, came quickly to fill up that gap. So Pan-Africanism itself was brought to bear by the diaspora. But you must not think that the diaspora brought Pan-Africanism for the diaspora. Not at all. The center of the discussions has always been Africa. This must be properly understood. Some people try to shift it, take it somewhere else, but Africa has always been the focus. Du Bois carried on his congresses up until the 5th Congress in 1945. Because of time, we're just going through them quickly. In 1945, saw the 5th Pan-African Congress. Here, you had Africans born on the continent, in the Caribbean, and Africans, of course, born in Europe and the United States. At this 5th Pan-African Congress, there were 3 co-secretaries, of course, W.E.B. Du Bois, George Padmore of Trinidad, and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. So you had an African from the Caribbean, one from the United States, and one from the continent, who were co-secretaries of the 5th Pan-African Congress. The 5th Pan-African Congress is crucial for us. A decision was made there. They said that the final confrontation with colonialism is coming. After all, this is 1945, and you must know that there's negative and positives in everything. I remember once as a young man reading Mein Kampf on an airplane, sitting next to a woman. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean what I'm doing? I'm reading Mein Kampf." "Why are you reading it?" I said, "Well, Hitler is a very important man. He had historical effects on the world, you know." She said, "Well, I'm a Jew." I said, "Have you read it?" She said, "No." I said, "Oh, that's bad." I said, "Have you not read Sun Yat-sen?" She said, "No." I said, "He says the first law of war is to know the enemy. If I were a Jew, I would read everything there is to read on Hitler." Of course. Of course. So, while reading Hitler, she was arguing. I said, "Well, Hitler had some positive effect anyway." She said, "What positive effect did Hitler have?" I said, "Hitler weakened European imperialism. He weakened the British, he weakened the French, he weakened the Portuguese, he weakened the Belgians, and that's how we got independence." And these are facts of life. These are facts of life. When Hitler got through with Britain, when the Indians said they want independence, Britain could do anything but get out the way and let them have independence. Matter of fact, they got Mahatma Gandhi quick because they didn't want to deal with the armed struggle that the Indians were preparing for British imperialism in India. And by the time India was free, well, it was over. China came up. After China, of course, Africa throughout, etc., etc. And by 1960, in 15 short years of the declaration of the 5th Pan-African Congress in 1945, 2/3 of the African continent was independent. You must understand clearly the importance of this. Now, at the 5th Pan-African Congress, they said the only solution to the final confrontation is mass organization. And I say, if you look at Africans, we have nothing but mass character in our struggles. Of course, this mass character for the moment is spontaneous. and must be transformed to something that is planned and permanent. But certainly the mass character is there. If you just look back to the Rodney King situation, those Africans who rebelled en masse. They had no planning. That's how backward they were. They didn't think about it. Just on the spot, they say, okay, it's too much, let's go, let's get them. And everybody says, okay, let's get them. And we rise up as mass and we get them. And then we sit down for 29 years. Of course. Of course. But the mass character is there, and we must understand this mass character. The Fifth Pan-African Congress, most of Africa, of course, was colonized. Kwame Nkrumah came to change all this. By 1958, he threw the British out of Cape Coast and named it Ghana. And Nkrumah declared before the entire world that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it's linked with the entire continent of Africa and its unification and liberty. And Ghana, Nkrumah made Ghana the base for every movement that fought against colonialism. Mugabe, who's now the head of Zimbabwe, where was he trained? In Ghana. Go and ask all of them. Nkrumah set up freedom schools, teaching them how to use arms to go and fight. It was Nkrumah who built the base and pushed Pan-Africanism. He understood that Africa was divided in 1865 at the Berlin Conference, and that we cannot accept visions imposed upon us by our enemy. Africa is one, we must unify her. This has been the task. Of course, since Nkrumah, the movement picked up. The independence of Guinea came in the same 1958, later that year, and with Sekou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah, the movement really coalesced force. The Pan-African movement, of course, was not going to be left alone. Imperialism would seek to divide it. That's their job. Sekou Touré says, if the enemy is not doing anything against you, that's because you're not doing anything. Of course. Matter of fact, when they're not doing anything against me, I get scared. What am I doing wrong? So their job was to divide, and if you will look, they divided the Pan-African movement into what was called the Casablanca bloc and the Monrovia bloc, the revolutionaries and the reactionaries, to put it in one simple word. Of course, the Casablanca group included the fighting forces in Algeria, the FLN, which the other African states refused to recognize. Of course, Nasser had to be in it. Of course, Nkrumah. Of course, Sekou Touré, Tunisia, and of course, Mohammed V in Morocco, who had just waged serious war to get independence away from the French. The other group was called the Moderate Group, and they were all made up of reactionaries and scum of our race who didn't want African unity, and there was a million problems and sabotaged it and worked for imperialism against the interests of their people, and that still continues today. I always say one of the weaknesses of the African Revolution is that we are the only people who allow our enemies to strut with impunity amongst us. It's only because of our weakness. It's only because of our weakness. Only because of our weakness.
Welcome back from that video. Senior Kintu, in regards to this video that we just watched, I wanted you to speak a little bit more, maybe to a microscopic scale, also on this idea of mass character, but also broaden it further to the notion that it must now be organized. Because I would say Kabaka's crisis had a mass character to it in regards to Uganda. The Lamogi Rebellion had a mass character to it. But the notion of organizing all those effects or organizing ourselves to be effective.
Well, thank you. That is a very informative video you have presented. There are a few things I have picked up from that video. One is he has emphasized in a very eloquent way that you have to understand your enemy. You have to understand your problem. If you don't, then you are most likely going to present a horrible approach or a horrible solution which will not yield any results. Another thing he has mentioned is Africans must have a mass organization character in their activity. Yes, I agree with him 100%. But you are not going to get a mass organization character unless the people are aware why they are organizing against this. Let's look at our country, Uganda, we are in today. If you really had a very good statistician and a check on the population of Uganda, how many Ugandans are going to tell you that they don't see any problem with the Batusi controlling our country? There are so many of them. So those don't expect those kind of people to come in this mass organization to save Uganda. It's not going to happen because they are still backward. Also, he has Kwame Ture has mentioned something that we are the only people who allow our enemy literally to screw us with impunity. It is sad, but that's the goddamn truth.
Look at what we started with, Eddie Tumwine. We're the only ones who allow such behavior. The glorification of Eddie Tumwine itself is an example.
Exactly. It is so pathetic when you think about it, and you beat your chest, yourself at the chest and said, what kind of people was I born with? There are many people. You saw that person who wrote something, said that he has no problem with this little stupid woman being head of Uganda airline. Well, definitely that kind of a person never travels in anything other than a matatu or a border. But would you want to fly in an airplane which is run by an idiot like that and probably crash before it even takes off? And they hire people because it's not, their hiring policy is not based on qualification and potential leadership or technical training, but because of some other, most likely, tribal lineage, because you belong to my tribe. Can you imagine that kind of an idiot being made chief medical officer at Mulago and has never even been trained as a LPN? I mean, simply because he's of our tribe. And then you find a fellow Ugandan saying, I have no problem with that. I feel like kicking him in the butt. See, these are the tragedies we have in our society. We need to have people with balanced heads in positions of leadership and in positions of decision making. That's what we need. And that is where we are failing very miserably. We have people making decisions who are not even supposed to be sweepers in our residential houses. That's unfortunate. Now, Mr. Kwame Ture has highlighted a lot of very important issues, and I hope the people listening to this are taking a note. As I said, we need to understand our enemy. Today, on a continental basis, who is our enemy? It is the foreign exploiters. And who are these foreign exploiters? They are coming in the name, or rather in the guise of international corporations. When they were colonizing us, they came in East African Trading Company, East India Trading Company. Now they are coming in the name of Exxon Oil Company, in the name of what is it? This little this company from Arkansas, which is involved in mining in Eastern Congo. I mean, they are coming in the names of these foreign investors. Chinese are coming to invest in planting palm trees in a single area, not single, Sango Bay area. So they are kicking off every native person who lives there because the Chinese investors are coming. We are glorifying these monsters from outside and demonizing our own people. If you really want to develop the economy, Why don't you develop these people so that they can be in charge of their destiny and improve the economic performance of their region and be the owners of whatever economic projects there are in this region? This is where we are failing. And we are allowing this nonsense, excuse me, to prevail and take root in our midst. And in the end, we complain that we are poor, we have no money. I saw in Uganda, one of the secret reports I got hold of not too long ago, that Uganda has a policy of allowing these foreign investors to come and pay no taxes on bringing investment, and then they are allowed to repatriate 100% of the profits. What's the purpose of these bastards coming to our country if they are going to repatriate 100% of the profits? It just doesn't make economic sense. It is even stupid and criminal to allow that kind of a policy. And you know what? This is not a policy made by some cheap, ignorant people in the village. No, it is made by people like Yoweri Museveni and his ministers and other so-called highly educated people in the ministries. You wonder whether they are fit to live in our country. But anyway, they are foreigners. So to them, it doesn't matter. But this is the tragedy we are having. By the way, this is also going on in other countries. Congo is very notorious for that. Foreign companies can go on without paying taxes. I read a report somewhere that foreign companies were taking out over $4 billion worth of wealth out of Congo. And the Congolese people were stupefied during the old Kabila's regime when America gave them $40 million to assist them in financing their annual elections. If these foreign companies, most of which are really American and British, hadn't taken out the $4 billion, Congo wouldn't be short of $40 million to finance their own elections. I think I told you this too when Bongo died some years ago. I was in Paris, and President Chirac wept, saying that we, quoting himself, we, the French, have lost a friend who has been financing all our national elections. In other words, the money being used to finance national elections in France was coming from where? From Bongo's country. Can you imagine? This is where we need a common market with a common currency and a common administration of our resources and our external connectivities, be it diplomatic, be it mining or companies, trading companies, but we can still do that while we are maintaining our individual sovereignty as a country. In the same way the Europeans are doing. You cannot do this kind of stupidity. Yeah, you can't do this kind of stupidity with Europe, an individual European country. If you try to pull that kind of stupidity on Italy, the rest of European continent would jump on you and say, no, 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 Italy, you can't allow that. But now you don't have any leverage to tell Gabon or to tell Angola. And by the way, Angola's oil is benefiting a lot of these foreigners. Let me bring this up to highlight. I met a woman, petroleum engineer. She was from the state of Montana and worked in Angola. And she told me, this is way back in 1980s, To be exact, I think it was 1983, to be exact. I met her here in Washington, D.C. She told me she has been working with Exxon Oil Company as a petroleum engineer managing one of the rigs in Angola. And she said that they, Exxon Company, have opened up bank accounts for every military officer and every political officer in the government of Angola. And those bank accounts are in Switzerland, Luxembourg, and somewhere else in Europe. They periodically take money to those bank accounts. The question is, any of you who lives outside, I mean outside Africa, do you really believe you as John Peter or Paul can go to Switzerland and tell them, I want to open up a bank account for Mr. Kintu and he's in America? They are going to ask you, where is your identity card or what, any document to prove that you are. No, Mr. Kintu, this account belongs to Mr. Kintu, but he's in America. They are going to say, no. Your name is Paul. You're going to open up this account under your name. And then when you make a deposit, as they have done to these, Nkrumahs in Angola, they make the periodical deposits, fly to Europe, come back, and show them the deposit slip. Now, if any of you has ever seen a deposit slip, it does not bear the name. The deposit slip will only say account number so, $20 million have been deposited today at 8:30 in the morning, period. And the fool is sitting there in Angola smiling that he has money in a Swiss bank account. You wait until he goes to Switzerland and asks them, I want to withdraw 5 million from my account. I know there is about 90 million here. They're going to say, who the hell are you? We don't have your account here because we don't have your name on any of the bank accounts we have in this bank. Can you imagine? And this is how they are stealing from Africans day in and day out, because we have allowed blind Nkrumahs to be in positions of leadership in our governments. That's the tragedy of Africa.
And I think, Senior Kintu, that stresses, especially the responsibility we have and everyone that does engage with not only UNN content, but with educating yourselves. It is not just to look up to having, in order for us to have those leaders, us ourselves have to improve ourselves, if that makes any sense. In order for us to find ourselves in positions where we have leaders that we can rely on, not only their, I like what you said, Mr. Kintu, leaders whose feet are grounded, but their mind also is in the skies. They can come to the ground, but they can also think beyond their time. Because even as we look at things now, we're talking about petrol, but also the future for the Western world is still in Africa with cobalt and them wanting to go electric with everything. So we, as the masses or as the people, we have to engage. We have to force ourselves to engage, because only when we engage do we produce leaders of that caliber, if that makes sense. Because Latin America has done this for a long period of time, and that's why they are always volatile and changing and waking up and having revolution after revolution. But us as Africans, if we sit on our hands on the ideological responsibility we have, because we have been bitten and our especially our mentality has been attacked, then we won't be able to produce leaders such as this. We will only end up with the buffoons that are ready to be bought out, or that are ready to be lied to, that they're receiving amounts of money, because it's very ironic to sell out your own people for money that doesn't even exist. that you weren't even there to sign and say, this is my account. But even the fact that we are known for selling our own people is also another sign that we need to reevaluate as a group, to reform the movement that we want, and also hold such people accountable, the Musevenis, the Kagames, who are now bathing in wealth on top of dead bodies. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And after the break, the studio line will remain on the screen. Please use this time to send in your questions, comments, and also after the break, we'll be playing the last video, our segment, as it's hard to talk about Pan-Africanism or African unity without referring to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who is one who pushed heavily for this, even and also within the movement of gaining independence. And then Senior Kintu would shed more light on that. And I think a very interesting question before we go into break, Senior Kintu, that I have for you is, where was Uganda in the notion of Pan-Africanism? Because we're getting independence at that same time. In what bracket did we fall on? Did we fall under the moderates? Where were we? Because in East Africa, we had Nyerere with his own desires for us to start off as an East African federation and then go towards African unity. But we'll dive into all of that and the economic things that we didn't gain or that we still don't gain from such kind of diplomatic relations. So we'll dive deeply more into that as we come back from break. That will be our last segment. I'd like to ask the producer to please take us into break, and then we'll be right back.
Why do we need the federal system of governance in Uganda? And what is federalism? Federal is a system of governance. It's not about getting rid of the central government. It's not about party politics. It's not about multi-partisan or absence of it. It's not about religious differences. It's not about tribalism. It is not for the benefit of Buganda alone. It's not about monarchism. It's not about land or dispossessing people from land. It is not about supremacy of one region over another or others. It's about helping the central government to provide services more efficiently and provide more effective development to the people. It's about sharing power and responsibilities between the central government and regional governments. Federalism is about providing more prosperity, more wealth, more feeling of belonging and participation in governance by marginalized and non-marginalized people. The federal system of government minimizes possibilities of waging war against the central government. It minimizes internal acts of terrorism and discontent against the central government. It has inbuilt safeguards that ensure uniform growth for all regions of the country, and additional measures to make sure that the marginalized or less developed regions of the country can catch up through the system of equalization grants and affirmative action programs. This ensures that the regions with greater income and development contribute a percentage of their earnings to the developed areas which may be less developed. It should be noted that federalism, though different from decentralization, does not contradict or exclude decentralization. The two systems can and should coexist and complement each other at the regional level. Advocating federal does not mean or seek to get rid of decentralization from regional tier, nor does it mean getting rid of district MPs, LC leaders, or other regional government officials. To learn more about federalism, register and join UFCC at www.ufcc.uk.
of a mother's cry, the screams that bring you chills down the spine, the screams that you can only imagine in a movie.
Sula talina buzibu wabasulanga gyali bamumbuulire sula gyali naye maama omwana wange bwanaaba yafa bampa omulambo nziike agumpe nguziike abaana nabaga nti kitambwe wuuyo omutaka.
The screams of every mother's nightmare, losing a child. Communities have been devastated, families broken.
Ngenda okulingiza nga abasirikale bajjudde nga bakuba oluggi nga balusamba ebitagambika motoka zagipaakinze awo wennyini motoka 3 ngenda okusembera wano nga toyina woyinza kuyisa kigere nga abasajja bambadde black bonna beesabisa obukokolo ku maaso.
What compounds their grief is not knowing what really happened to their children. The question is, what really happened?
Tuzze nga tutegeeza abavunaanyizibwako nti we babanga abantu baffe balina omusango gwe baakola mutugambe ffe ababaka baabwe naddala nze munnamateeka waabwe temumalirivu okulaba nga mbawolereza oba tebalina nsobi yonna gye baakola tebalina musango gwe bazza mubate.
Communities devastated, families broken. The screams of every mother's nightmare, losing a child.
Ku police mbabuuze sula yasuze wano sula ali ludda wa bangamba sula tebamanyi sula wajakola ki gye bamutudde ne mbabuuza sula tusobola okumufuna n'atubuulira omusango kigwe yazizza bangamba sooka oddeyo ewaka ebintu by'abasula situlina poliisi kyebimanyiiko.
The question is that these mothers do not know where the children have been taken. The question is, what really happened to their children or husbands? What really compounds their grief is not knowing who to turn to. All they can say is, we saw masked men taking their children, and no one knows who, where, and for what reason. Their only hope is that their loved ones are returned, dead or alive.
Welcome back to the Tower UNN. And before we get into our finishing segment, as said before, the studio line is on the screen. Please feel free to send in your comments, questions. I'm going to ask the producer to please play our last video for the day, and then we'll come back after that video and then respond to any questions or comments sent through the studio number.
Welcome to the Great African Leadership Series where we feature great inspirational speeches and quotes from African leaders.
Fellow freedom fighters, comrades and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Accra and to this conference of African freedom fighters and supporters of the growing movement for Africa's liberation and unity. It is good for our cause to have a periodic meeting of this kind to examine our position in the great struggle to rid Africa completely and forever of imperialism and its handmaidens, colonialism and neocolonialism. Africa is rich and not poor. As the great wealth that has been taken out of our continent over 5 centuries of spoliation and extortion very well proves. Africa has immense actual and potential wealth: gold, diamond, copper, manganese, bauxite, iron ore, uranium, asbestos, chrome, cobalt, a host of other minerals. Our essential agricultural produce have all been drained away by colonialist imperialism. Africa is far from being poor. It is Africans who are poor, not Africa. And they are poor because of the uncounted profit that has been made out of the exploitation of their labor and their lands. If we are being baited to enter a European community, we must have something that community needs, and needs badly, when it pretends to offer a bonus by way of aid. When Greeks come bearing grapes, should we not look them well in the mouth, if I may mix my metaphor? But I'm sure you get my meaning. I raise this point so that it will stay in your minds when you may be tempted by the seductive promises of new colonialism to forget the real character of colonialist imperialism and be persuaded away from your own true interests and those of Africa. For today, we must each see ourselves as part of Africa in order that we may face colonialist imperialism and its new form, neocolonialism, on a continent-wide front. First, the attainment of freedom and independence. Secondly, the consolidation of that freedom and independence. Thirdly, the creation of unity and community between the free African states. Fourth, the economic and social reconstruction of Africa. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak plainly. As I see it, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continued struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia,
or between Zanzibar and Kenya, Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland and the Ivory Coast. Because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence, are willing to drop it for some token aid and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost. Even though I appreciate the difficulties facing us, I must admit, I find it strange to watch some of us returning willingly to the colonialist fold. This time, they don't even have the excuse of being forced to subject themselves to foreign domination. It makes one wonder, why so much effort and sacrifice and so many lives were given up to the achievement of independence in the first place, if it can only be so quickly and easily surrendered. We must begin to build immediately our own continental common market. For it is easy for anyone who studies the common market organization closely to realize that the common market is aimed at harnessing the African countries to satisfy the profit lust of the imperialist bloc and to prevent us from following an independent neutralist policy. It is easy to see that the imperialists and the colonialists are determined to retain the African countries in the position of suppliers of cheap raw materials. If we do not resist this threat, and if we throw in our lot with the common market, we shall doom the economy of Africa to a state of perpetual subjection to the economy of Western Europe. This will, of course, hinder the industrialization of our young African states. It is impossible to think of economic development and national independence without possessing an unfettered capacity for maintaining a strong industrial power. The activities of the common market are therefore fraught with dangerous political and economic consequences for the independent African states. The organization constitutes an attempt to replace the old system of colonial exploitation by a new system of collective colonialism, which will be stronger and more dangerous than the old evils we are striving to liquidate from our continent. This is another reason why we should come together in a unified African economic plan, which, operating on a continental scale, can make a solid attack on the imperialist domination in Africa. We should, without delay, aim at the creation of a joint African military command. There is little wisdom in our present separate effort to build up and maintain defense forces, which, in any case, would be ineffective in a major world conflict. If we examine this problem realistically, we would ask, which single African state could protect itself against an imperialist aggressor. And how much more difficult this will be when some states are allowing the imperialists to maintain bases on their territories. I have already referred to the military forces which South Africa is raising and the danger it poses for the new African states and the struggle of those still in chains. Only our unity can provide us with anything like adequate protection. Those problems can best be met within a unified Africa, and it should be possible in the higher reaches of our endeavor to devise a constitutional structure which will secure the objectives I have outlined, and yet preserve the sovereignty of each of the countries joining the Union. Countries within the Union will naturally maintain their own constitutions, continue to use their own national emblems and national anthems and other symbols and paraphernalia of sovereignty. Regional associations and territorial groupings can only be other forms of balkanization unless they are conceived within the framework of a continental union. There are existing models which we can modify or adapt to our pattern. The United States of America, the Soviet Union, India and China have proved the efficacy of unions embracing large stretches of land and population. Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence. Long live your struggle. And long live African unity.
And share this video with friends and family to support the channel.
And welcome back from that video. I think that video puts not only into perspective, but also summarizes and complements what Senior Kintu has attended to this whole program. Why unity is important, from the common market with respect to sovereignty to also having the unified military force. Because even whilst we struggle now as our own unit for Federation of Uganda, we must have that in the back of our minds, that the job is not finished at all. We are only starting the assignment. You know, when you get an exam in school and you put your name on it, that's what we're doing now, putting your name and your date. But the assignment itself has not been attended to, because the enemy remains the imperialist powers that must be pushed out of Africa. And Africa has to remain for Africans, not only Africans on the African continent, but be able to service Africans across the African diaspora, because it's only when the African continent will get the respect and dignity back that the African diaspora will not be treated with contempt and treated as a burden on the world, with how much contribution we as Africans have given to the universe itself, or to Earth where we stay. But with that being said, I'd like to invite you, Senior Kintu, before we go into the questions and comment segment, to please comment or decipher the information we have just watched.
Thank you very much, Desire. That speech by our famous Kwame Nkrumah is so revealing, and one can say he was way ahead of his time. In one of his statements, he said, "We can achieve political independence, raise up our flag, and have our national anthem, but the damage of colonialism to our brains is going to take a long, long time to delete. We have many Africans who are mentally colonized up to now, 60 years after achieving political independence. We still have colonized Africans who really believe and are there willing and ready to carry out the orders from their boss. And who is their boss? The neo-colonialists. Because right now we don't have colonials, we have neo-colonialism, which is in force. And in fact, Kwame Nkrumah made it very clear. He said, fighting against neo-colonialism is going to be harder than fighting against the colonialism we had in the 50s. Because with the old colonialists, you could see Governor Cohen, you could see Governor Crawford, you could see the DC called Mr. Smith, you could see the police chief called Mr. Wilson. But now, you are seeing your fellow Kintu, Ngobi, Okero, Mukasa, whatever name, and yet he is black like you, talks like you, looks like you, is from your same ethnic group or tribe, same religion, same everything. Maybe you even went to the same school, but inside him, you have a snake working for these neo-colonialists. Who, I think our readers remember, when you saw that woman who looks like a Tanuru of Matofali going to Sangobe telling people, we are bringing the Chinese here, you people have to vacate this land. Where do you think these natives who have lived on that land going to go? And you are there parading this name of Chinese investors are going to come and plant palm trees. You've seen idiots, and of course you can't be anything better than that. This man called Kayihura, and we saw that story when we were hearing this story of Dr. Sulaiman, what is his name? Chigundu? Yes, who was killed. Yes. And you can see who is there destroying Chigundu physically and everything he has built for the benefit of Uganda in order to promote Barclays Bank interest, a British colonial bank. And yet here you are seeing a fellow black man who is acting even worse than Governor Cohen ever did. You see, this is the tragedy of mental colonization. I want to refer to the famous Venezuela guy, Hugo Chavez. When Hugo Chavez was confronted with the mediocre fellow citizens who were parading themselves as supporting or singing the songs of praising Spain. As you know, Spain has been controlling Latin America, except Brazil, for a long, long time. And he said, okay, you guys are telling me Spain is our mother because we have a lot of Spanish immigrants there controlling the economies of Venezuela, Honduras, Colombia, you name it. He said, okay, if Spain is our mother, which mother would take a food out of his child's mouth and eat it herself? Because what Spain has been doing is taking anything valuable out of our mouth, take it to Spain. As a matter of fact, guys, those of you who have traveled to some of these countries, Spain and Portugal have nothing. Nothing. If it was not them milking, Portugal milking Brazil, Angola, and Mozambique. Even doing so, they are now a backward country. They are not the Spain of Vasco da Gama. I mean, they are not Portugal of Vasco da Gama. Spain itself is sustained by milking these Central African countries, including Mexico. In the same way, France would be nothing if it was not milking Francophone West African countries. In fact, Chirac made it clear. He said, if it was not our exploitation of the African colonies, France would be a third world country. He said it. It's on record. You see, that mental colonization which they have planted in our heads is one of the biggest problems we as Africans are facing. And by the way, as I said earlier, we have responsibility and the control and access to these Africans who are working as stooges or his master's voice. We are the only one. I mean, literally, you can even go to his house and set it on fire and get away with it. And I'm serious, you can do it. But you cannot go to Chirac's house in Paris and set it on fire. But you have access to this idiot's house there in your village. His wife fetches the water from, if she does, fetches water from the same water well as you, your wife, and your children. So we have access to these idiots. We can do anything. And we should, by the way. I think even God in heaven is going to bless you for having done that. So we have to educate our fellow Africans. And what UNN is doing is educating our people to understand the enemy. Two, those who are trying to be big heads, we have a right and a duty and a responsibility to deal with them appropriately, because what they are doing is killing us. And we can't allow that to go on forever. Eventually, they will learn. And I'll tell you one other thing before I forget. Many people haven't read the American history very well. After the independence revolution in 1776, there was a secret organization here in America which went around spying on every person in the 13 former colonies which started this United States of America. If they caught you saying or doing anything that praises the British, you paid with your own life. To the point that they did not allow, after they had won the War of Independence in 1776, they could not allow anybody here to say anything good about Britain. And that's why they even changed the language in some ways wherever they could make a change. And they also outlawed games which were typical British. Namely, you could not play football, and I'm saying football from our Uganda point of view. They could not do it here because that depicted Britain. It came up, I think it was late 1970s, when you could play that game here in the United States because of the influx of we foreign-born people who came here and said, we need to play this game. When I was in Uganda, in Trinidad, in Brazil, this is what we used to play. They said, okay, now we can allow you to do it. And it was predominantly non-Native Americans playing it. They said, but you are not going to call it football here. You can call it soccer. They still have that remnant of hating anything to do with the British colonialism. So I'm telling you this so that you can understand successful people do wonderful things to succeed building their own identity. We got to do the same.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu, for that, because I think we need to understand, how will I put it in English, the job ahead, because we need to see. And I really like the fact that you said we're the only ones who have access to these people. And step number one of the game is to cut them off from the imperialists and then build from there. And then put ourselves in order and in line to actually, because with this is going to come the rebuilding of a culture that we can live for generations. So thank you so much for that statement and everything we've covered today. And I think today was important for both of us to come on here and speak about number one, which is federation in regards to Federation of Uganda based off of the indigenous nations and its importance and how that helps these African indigenous forms of leadership to come into play and influence how we want to be governed. And that also is a strategy that other African countries can take or have already taken in different forms to still have the influence, as that needs to be centered to get rid of this colonial form of governance that has been implanted into our nations. But also it doesn't end there. Unity, common market, and strategy for self-defense is key. So hopefully everyone has understood that the job doesn't even end with our liberation, but is linked with total liberation of the continent with a form of unity, and that's what we need to work to and press our leaders to work towards. So we'll move into the questions and comment section, and with that we will start. This one is from Mayembe from Kayunga. I'll go ahead and play Mayembe's voice notes.
Mwebale nnyo okuweereza abali mu studio mukyala Desire mwami Kintu. Mwebale nnyo emirimu abaliko mwenna mbatumiddeko nnyo. Naye bw'otunuulira embeera gye tulimu mu Afirika wano, ekisinga okututawaanya obutamanya twammibwa obutamanya tusibyeko nnyo embeera y'okuba nti tufugibwa abasajja bano. Omuntu mu Afirika wano nja kukyogera generally bw'avaayo okubeera nga pan-African alina omutima gwa Afirika, bano abasajja bano batandikirawo okumulwanyisa. Kati bw'otunuulira Museveni sawa ya leero asiiba ayimba pan-African. Naye nga waliwo omusajja yali pan-African wano ng'agezaako okugatta Afirika. Omusajja yali Gaddafi, era wano twagenda okulaba nga yogeza n'abazungu mbu I started fighting before you started. Kati olabira ddala obuzibu ye ayina ekintu ky'abikka. Bw'otudda ku East Africa, nze nzijukira wano mu 1985 wano jjo twali tulina East African driving permit nga weeri, twali tulina East African education board, examination board. Naye omusajja bwe yajja mu buyinza, olw'okuba nti byali bitambula bulungi, byonna byonna n'abisaanyaawo, byonna byonna, era nga bw'ategerera East Africa, yeetwala nti ategerera East Africa. Naye essaawa zino omulaba nnyo atinkiza ne East African passport. Naye nga waliwo ebintu byasangawo ebyaliwo yabisaanyaawo nakati asobola kubyogerako. East African gy'asiiba ayogera alina ekigendererwa kyayo kirala nnyo ekitali alina ekigendererwa ekikusike ekitali kino abantu boolyawo kitwanditutte. N'agamba pan-Africanism. Naye bye ebyakuba waba otunuulira Gaddafi, gundi ideology ya Gaddafi gye yalina eya pan-African, olabira ddala ng'omusajja yalina agenda entuufu. Tubeere ne nooti emu. Nooti eyo bagamba yakolebwa n'okukolebwa gyeri mu Bank of England eyo gyeri. Naye yali ezitowa okusinga $. Bagenda okitunuulira nti omusajja atumalawo. ne bateekawo kino ekisiikirize nekitandika okutugamba pan-african kati ye bwe buzibu obutamanyi obutandika okwerwanyisa kuba tubiwulidde nnyo ngono bantu bajja babyogera tujja kukozesa abafirika tubaavuwaze tubabbako ebyobugagga ate nga tukozesa bo bennyini nnyini bwa tugamba tubabuuza lwaki mutwavuwaza nti that is your fault not we ayo ye muzungu essaawa ya leero essaawa ya leero omuzungu akuga luli bajjanga abakoloni nga bajja kulwanyisa kati olwokuba embeera egenza ekyusa abantu bazibusa amaaso kati bajjira mu investment era nga mwami kintu bwayogedde wano waliwo n'omwami yakikootingako sometime back nti abakoloni bagenze bazzeeyo ewaabwe naye bajja kudda mu ngeri ya investment nga bwekiri sawa zino bwekiri omuntu okuvaayo okubeera nti ali ku kituufu essaawa zino tulaba Museveni atandise okwetonda olw'okuba kati kino kiba kitegeeza ate UNN yayogedde kwetonda n'okukola kino etondere munne eggwanga litereere kiba kitegeeza ki nga ufuna amanyi okugatta dots kitegeeza ki nti bannabyabufuzi ababaddewo kuba buli kintu gwe lwakuba munnabyabufuzi Museveni asannyalala agamba ono omwana kiki byayogera kubanga ayita mu bannabyabufuzi okutwekwekamu buli twongera wano okugamba munnabyabufuzi oli mubi politician story your future akagamba ku kivuge kwongeremu nnyo politician story your future Museveni kimusannyalaza kubanga bano bonna opposition gyetulina mu Uganda terina kyetukolera kati bwekyogera wano ndi politician story your future abantu bazibuka amaaso bulijjo tulina na misege emiyayo ekitalina kyekituyamba kati bonna batandise okuyaayaana ava enadde eno aleese mmawo yennyininyini atandise obyekwatiramu atambuladde yanava nakugamba pan-african naye nga pan-african gyakugamba talina nnyo kyagyagaza wabula just kuwamba bintu by'abantu pan-africanism nayo nkitabani kyekivudde okigamba osimanya East Africa we have to do one people one person ebyaliwo bye mwasangawo kitaawo bye yasangawo yabiremesa okukola nga kyenkugambye nti driving permit ya East Africa yali nga katabu it was a booklet tulina East African Examination Board byonna tebikyaluwo yabijjawo nesaawo zino atenkiza ne passport East African passport wibuuza abasajja bano obwongo gwa so tulina obuzibu nti singa tuna abantu baffe banayongera okumanya nti gino bantu betulira abantu bennyini be batulyamu enkwe be batulwanyisa abantu betulina beefula nti be batulwanirira be bafu be batumazeeko emirembe mu Afirika bano abasajja bajja kudduka bokka bagende kuba obuzibu tulina oba abazungu bano beekwese mu bannabyabufuzi eno bwakugamba njiwadde omuliro eri munnabyabufuzi bwakutera ssente ku akawunti ye nti gwe bagambe booti bajjanga balambuzi kumbe bajja kulambula byakugagga byaffe bye tulina babikolera olukwe lubitwala mwebale nnyo kankome wano mukama abakuume nze mayembe
Senior Kintu, do you want us to do like every two and then commentary, or each one by itself and then commentary?
We need to translate that. In a nutshell, this gentleman is saying ignorance is our biggest problem. We are not aware that many people are not aware of what is a challenge against us. He mentions that Museveni purports to be pro-Pan-African, but he is not a pro-Pan-African because he has been opposed to what people like Gaddafi tried to do to create a strong, effective, and working Pan-Africanism. He also mentioned that we used to have the East African drivers and the East African Examination Board, which have all been destroyed by Museveni's regime. And and yet he runs around telling people that he's a Pan-African, which is not. Definitely. Then he says exploiters are using these local politicians to carry out their agenda among us. So we have a job to do to save ourselves. I agree with him. Now, Museveni, this much I can say, Museveni is not anywhere closer to the concept of Pan-Africanism. Museveni is a tribalist par excellence. His only Pan-Africanism is only around, it is centered and limited to only Tutsis. Because if you see what he's doing, everything has to be Mtusi. He has no concept of even other people just across the street from him. So we can't even use him when we're talking about Pan-Africanism. Another thing too, you have to have intelligence and the brains to advocate the concept of Pan-Africanism. And when I read people's writings, and I listen to tapes like that one of Kwame Ture regarding Pan-Africanism, and of course, I have read many other writings and I've listened to many other speakers about Pan-Africanism. You can feel the brains, the intelligence of these people. But you don't find that in when Museveni starts talking. I rather listen to someone who is selling chapati or mandas in a marketplace in Kampala, and I'll get much more intelligent conversation out of him than listening to such a small brain like Yoweri Museveni. Because he just can't match. He, oftentimes he says he's an intellect. And I ask myself, how do you claim to be an intellectual? Besides, you cannot even claim to be an intellectual. Let other people call you an intellectual. What have you produced intellectually to qualify being in the class among intellectuals? The man can't even tell you which university he went to, and then he tells you he's an intellectual. Can he show us his graduation papers? He cannot, because he has never been a graduate of any university. So, and when you listen to what he says and his speeches, they are all garbage. You can't match them with the intellectuals, people like Kwame Ture or Tom Mboya, or even this man in South Africa. What is his name? The young guy who is a very prominent.
Write what I like.
Malema, yeah. You can't compare him to Malema. Malema is an intellectual. When he speaks, you can hear brilliant mind speaking, but that's not Museveni. Museveni is worse when it comes to, if we are actually, let's be honest, if we are actually judging intellectualism, a person selling mandazi in a marketplace in Kampala is much more intelligent than Yoweri Museveni. One thing I can give Museveni credit for is efficient killer and efficient liar and is an efficient thief. In those, I give him a PhD in being a liar, in being a thief, and being a killer. Yes, if there is a PhD to be given to such a person, yes, he deserves it. But other than that, no. So, Bwana Mayembe, I think rest assured, we all share your views and we agree with your idea. The man is dangerous. We should find a way of getting rid of him.
And we have a call coming in from Lawrence, and I will answer it. Hi, Lawrence. So to hear us.
Yes, please. I am connected to you, Desire. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would first of all begin by thanking you both for the show with Senior Kintu up in the studio. And of course, also, appreciating the continuous work you're doing at the Tower. And for our viewers, this is Lawrence, who is a former panelist at the Tower, who is calling in for the show. So I have been following the show ever since. It's not like I really dropped off and, left you hanging entirely. But I have been tuned in, just that I was a little busy, with other affairs. About today's topic, I would really want to thank you for bringing it up. Federation as a strategy for unification. The truth is, and I like the way you pulled it out in the show, there's so much in our current reality that has been flipped. Almost everything is flipped, like the way the devil flips everything. First of all, when you go back to that, we can start from where every other African nation was trying to get, its own independence. The truth is, Africa was not exactly fighting for independence. It was already independent. But people forwarded the idea as if it was African nations fighting to be free or, to get back that so-called independence. Were we really dependent on on the white people for anything at that time? I think if you went back and assessed, we were not really dependent. They were rather dependent on us because they needed the resources that we needed. So in any case, even in the whole, period whereby African nations through revolutions under the name independence, it wasn't really that we were fighting to be independent because we were before. We were. And it is them who were dependent on us. Now, fast forward to how, politics has played out. Everyone knows at least the Ugandan history, when it comes to how we've kind of grown or ungrown in our political climate or endeavors as a nation. We don't seem to have left the ground since probably 66 or 62. There's not really so much that we have evolved and gotten to a higher plane. It just seems like we never even left the ground. Now, going to expand that into a federation where you want to add, East Africa, to add it to Tanzania, to Rwanda, South Africa, South Sudan, the Congo, and then, we all know what is happening in the region. And trying to unify those into one big block, I think it is a big dream that will probably never come to manifest, because at the nucleus of this unification, going back to where people's real identities are as indigenous people, which is their tribes and clans and all this, there is no order. We have unbalanced those forces, so you cannot, build something bigger when the foundations are not standing. And you brought it out very, very accurately, in the show. So, with that said, I feel like Africa, just like, you've still, intimated in the show, we need to unify by all means. But on what cause? It can't just be that we're looking for one person to rule the whole of Africa. It is inconsequential. It doesn't mean much. If the smaller blocks are not going to benefit from this coming together. Case in point, if you look at the US, yes, there's the US president. Very powerful man, probably the most powerful man in the whole of the world. But if you drill down the US system down to an individual person with their federated states and their towns and cities and counties, down to where, any normal American is, you realize that all these units are somewhat already functioning. They're functioning. The way the state functions, the way a county functions, the way, a small city like where I stay down here, in Barrington, the way it functions, it all helps in, oiling the wheels that are going to help or rather help the entire nation to move forward. And that is, I think, what we are missing in Africa at the moment, more so, Uganda. If the smaller units are not functioning, we are heading nowhere. I just called in just to, add those views to the show, but I really appreciate what you're doing. And of course, I also agree that the biggest problem probably we are having as, let me put it more like to the black race, is that we're probably not updating our information or feeding our minds. If you just went through your circles, most of the people back home, I don't know whether they're just so busy dealing with all the challenges that are out there. You're going to find very few of them who can tell you they read a new book in a month or even a year. A book that is not related to anything which is academic. And if you're not reading more, expanding your knowledge on anything, you're never going to improve your level of understanding or even your debates, if you're a debater for that matter. So it's why I appreciate, channels like the UNN for coming up and that we are as a people. And I wish if you do not have the freedom, at least put in the time to watch these shows. They are there to help you. For those of us who try to get in the back end here, and try to research more and more about certain issues or affairs of the world, is a lot we need to know.
Thank you so much.
Just makes more money than the entire nation, just imagine one company that only has 1 billion in the city. 1 billion.
Oh, I think I'm having a problem with this call.
Makes more money than what the whole nation of Uganda makes.
Can you hear the static as well, Senior Kintu?
I couldn't get those last words, but I got the gist of his statement.
Sorry, Senior Kintu is back. Yeah, we had a problem with the call. The microphone went off and it was a little bit static, so we didn't hear you towards the end.
Yeah, I was just saying that I was just talking about the corporations that you have in these developed countries, and I think Senior Kintu has already talked about that. They're having more money than entire nations. So if there is anyone out there who wants to do a good analysis of what our nations are probably not doing right, we just need to look at what these corporations are doing to get those numbers in. Because you can't convince me that a company that only has one building in a city in America has more money than an entire nation out there in Africa. That only means we are losing sight of what is more important, which are the numbers. Just follow the numbers. If they are making more money than our entire nations, what strategies are they using? How are they marketing themselves? How are they selling themselves? But we are not going to get to that level if we have, in the recent weeks, we just had the airline, resurface as the national airline business, show up. And just its ownership is in question. You're giving its ownership to ministries that are supposed to be focused on service delivery. Where we stay, you cannot tell me that an entity which is responsible for works, revenue, case in point is the Uganda Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Works, are the ones that are owning the airline. Then how are they going to do their mandate or fulfill their mandate of looking, for finances or strategizing for the ministry doing their business, looking for money to put into, a government enterprise like the airline? It doesn't make sense. No company, Fortune 500, is set up like that. And in the airline business, you're talking high stakes. So when we keep making all these mistakes and then people just don't want to have this real talk to point out what might be going wrong such that to rectify it, we're not going anywhere. But I'm glad we at least have a few platforms where we can, put these views out there and people can make up their minds to continue the investigation and the inquiry such that maybe at some point, it might not be now, but at some point it's going to happen whereby they're like, I think this doesn't make sense. And maybe at that point we start to see real happen. Otherwise, I'm sorry for taking up a lot of your time, but I felt like I just wanted to call in to contribute to the show. But I really appreciate you out there for continuing to do this for our people. And more so, the ones at home. And by the way, even the ones who have moved to first world, because the people here who are actually still lacking this information because they are lazy or they are so busy with life instead of finding out what is wrong with us as a people and then trying to fix it. Because it's nothing to celebrate that we are remitting so much as people in the diaspora back home. It only means we are sick. Not so many people in America get their money from outside America. They all get it from within. So even Ugandans should focus on getting their money from within. And it is possible if we fixed our nation. So I would like to end there, and I hope to see you very soon back at the tower. Thank you so much, Desire and Senior Kintu. I really appreciate your contribution to the show.
No, thank you so much, Lawrence. Thank you for calling in. Thank you because you've brought to light a lot of important things, and we cannot wait to have you back. And just take care of yourself. And when you're ready to get back, do let us know. But you do bring some points into light that we need to discuss and need to be aware of. And I guess that's why we make shows like this because we understand not everyone's gonna have the time to read or do research because that's why they keep us busy so that you cannot revolt the status quo. That's the wool that's what do they call it? A ship's wool that's covering your eyes. But I'd like to thank you for calling in and bringing these points across. I'll turn to Senior Chin to, to respond. But thank you so much for calling in today. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Desire.
Thank you.
Well, I think Lawrence has raised some very, very interesting points. I share his with respect to the concept of independence. He is right. The colonialists are the ones who were dependent upon us. Now, that being so, what we really fought for, although they made us feel like we are gaining independence, in other words, they turned the dice and made us feel like we are the ones who were dependent upon them. So now we are independent. That's true. I think Lawrence is absolutely correct. What we achieved, or what we should struggle to achieve, is to liberate ourselves and extricate ourselves from their exploitation of us. I think that should be the first of the matter. And as Kwame Nkrumah mentioned in his speech, that we do not have individually a military establishment that can protect us effectively against the attack from these obvious enemies. That goes to what I said earlier. We should know who is our enemy. Our enemy is not Zambia or Sudan or Somalia. No. Our enemy is definitely the neo-colonialists who just want to grab whatever I have in my banana plantation and take it to themselves and enjoy it and leave me starving. That's what we have to defend out. So what we are fighting for is extricating ourselves from vulnerability of being exposed. Now, when we talk about African unity, we cannot forget the fact that there is a difference between Africa and the United States. If you move from New York to Illinois, to Nebraska, to Louisiana, they are all speaking English, all the way to California. But in Africa, because we are not a continent of immigrants, we are a continent of indigenous people. Even moving from, like me, from Masaka to Guru, I run into people who speak a different language. If I move from Busia to Machakos, I run into people who speak different languages. So I cannot compare myself with the people who are in a country of immigrants, whereby they are speaking one language, they have most likely they have the same names, same culture, same everything. So we are totally different. We have to accept our diversity in as much as we want our unity. So where can we have one unity without antagonizing ourselves with our diversity? Our unity is going to be in economic transactions. Our unity is going to be in streamlining our currency, one African currency. In my book, I call it the euro. I mean the Afro, sorry, not euro, Afro. Because right now, if I move from Uganda to Rwanda, I have to change my money. And if I move from Rwanda to Burundi, I have to change my money to another currency. If I drive from Burundi to Bukavu, I have to change currency. If I drive from Bukavu through Lubumbashi, Kasumbalesa, and get into Zambia, I have to change currency. And by so changing, the value keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. And it is cumbersome to transact any commercial deals when you have to go through 5, 10 different currencies. If we have one Afro currency for the entire continent, and it has nothing to do with the difference between you being a Muganda and the other one is an Acholi, and the other one is a Muruba, or the other one is a Chona. No, the currency is going to flow very well. If we have a common defense, as even Kwame Nkrumah says it, and I've said it before too, that a common defense is dependent upon realizing who is going to be our enemy, or rather who is our enemy today. Look at what is going on in our region, in the Great Lakes region. A country like Congo DRC cannot kick the butts of these invaders from Rwanda. And yet they have a military force which cannot even protect its territory. So what's the purpose of appropriating so much money out of our GNP to maintain a military force which can't even protect our villages when they fall under attack? And of course, you all know that the M23 and the Rwanda Kagame's forces, they are being sent there by the Americans and the British. And we can't even defend. If we had a unified continental defense system, our territories would be free and safe. Second, there is no way these foreign exploiters would influence any of these individual countries to create an attack on the neighbor, because there wouldn't be a vulnerable Rwanda army, a vulnerable Uganda army. I wouldn't even call it Uganda, Museveni's army. There wouldn't be a vulnerable, Sudanese army, because we would have one continental military force looking at who is the potential enemy. Now, these enemies are now using these sporadic individual military forces, in which they pump weapons, money, intelligence, spying systems, and they can create havoc on a neighboring country depending upon what these foreign exploiters want in that country. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we will listen from a voice note, and this is from Brother Malik.
In a military, we recruit every year. In a police, we recruit every year. For 34 years. This is not to intimidate you.
Thanks for hosting the show, Desire, and bringing our senior Kintu in the UNN studios. I don't have much to say, but I just want to thank you lot for putting so much effort and continuing to highlight the issues that are going on in the state of affairs of our country. Okay, you take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Malik, for that message. And I really want people to actually realize the confidence level that Eddie Tumwine was on. I think that's the highest level he found himself publicly speaking. And you should be angry at that, because it's very disrespectful that he can stand and speak to our national media or whatever media, for it to be displayed on all our televisions at home and tell us that him and a certain group are recruiting in the military every year for 34 years, in the police every year for 34 years. You should be offended that he had that much confidence. The confidence that was oozing off of him in that video. You could not imagine that in 2 years he would be in a coffin. Anyways, Senior Kintu, would you like to comment on that voice note?
I think it says it all. I have no comment.
Soon, next we're gonna go to Godfrey from Kampala. I'll go ahead and play these voice notes.
Mwebale kuweereza Desire wamu ne Mr. Remedius Kintu. Ekintu kyenja okusooka okuddamu ekibuuzo kibabuuza Mr. Remedius Kintu. Bamubuuzizza ekibuuzo nti olowooza kulwaki bano ba colonialist bapushinga ekintu kya East Africa okwegatta awamu. Njagala nkuwa example nti singa olunaku lukeera enkya n'okwata abasiraamu n'abakatoliki n'ogamba nti tukwate n'ogamba abakatoliki n'abasiraamu nti tugyewo kyaki zino abasiraamu muleke kusoma mwekka n'abakatoliki muleke kubeera nga musaba mwekka mu bifo byammwe, tukole kyaki emu oba ekizimbe kimu, abakatoliki mwe muba musabira n'abasiraamu. Jjukira bano abantu basaba Katonda y'omu, right? Naye abantu bano balina emitendera gya njawulo gye bayitamu mu nsaba yaabwe ya njawulo, naye ate bw'oyagala nti babeere mu kifo kimu mwe baba basabira. So it is the same thing on East African Federation. Nti method ze bali kozesa okugatta abantu bano nkyamu. Tosobola gamba musiraamu nti yegatte n'omukatoliki basabire mu church emu. What do you think can happen? This is a war. They are going to fight each other. So it's the same thing on East African Federation. We are going to fight each other. Wetubeera nti tetugoberedde okulaba biki ebitufuula Abafirika ne tusooka ne tubitereeza. Nze nja kuwagira ekya mukadde waffe Remedius Kintu kyeyagambye nti tulina kwegatta nga tufominze United Army eya Regional Army wamu ne Common Market. Nze nja kukkiriziganya ne mukadde wange Remedius Kintu kyeyagambye nti tulina kwegatta nga tukoze United Army, Regional Army wamu ne Common Market. kyekiyinza okukola mu East African Federation naye tosobola kuŋŋamba nti tukola free entrance and exit. Tojja kumanya ani ayingidde mu nsi yo mukyamu oba si mukyamu. Kati zino visa ziyambako okuscreeninga muntu kyagenda okuyingira mu nsi yo nga tanaba kuyingiramu. Naye bwe mugjawo layini eyo kiba kitegeeza nti muwaga bano be batraining okubeera nti babayingiramu bakola obulabe. Ekirala ojja kwebuuza abantu abasinga temumanyi kye bayita divide and rule kyeki. Njagala mukitegeere wano. Divide and rule kitegeeza nti omuntu yenna walaba any kind of unit naji interceptinga kiba kitegeeza nti ali creating a divide and rule, is not allowing any kind of unit. Kati okwata omuganda muli baganda mwenna ate mwenna mubeere nti olaba abaganda balina ebika byabwe naye tebalwana ng'ebika byanjawulo we baba meetings. Wamu n'abagesu tebalwana kubanga nti bali ku nakyo federo, their unity ziri nakyo. Naye kati oli agenda abaleetemu ebibiina by'obufuzi nayambadde ekkala ya bbulu and the other one is putting on red, ate babeere nga abaganda bennyini mu kifo ky'okustandinga ng'abaganda bakole ekintu ekyo okudevelopinga Buganda, ate badda mu kwambala nze ndi wa bbulu nze ndi wa red ne badda mu kulwana. Oyinza kuŋŋamba otya nti Buganda egenda kulaakulana? Ne bwe tudda mu basoga, abasoga nabo bayina ebika byabwe. Weba miitinga tewaba lutalo naye ogamba abasoga ate mwambala kala za njawulo buli amu abeere nga awagira kibiina kya njawulo. Mugenda busoga egenda kulaakulana etya? Sometimes tulina okweyisa obwongo bwaffe nti batuleetamu ebintu ebitwawulayawula bye tulina okwewala. Obuzibu n'obulaba bwe tusanze nti abaddugavu tulina obuzibu nti batusuulira ebisawo nga bataddeko ssente kungulu. Kati excitement eno omuntu akuvaako emabega nga basudde kino ekisawo wajja n'agamba nti olonze ssente z'oli nze mpaako kyompaako nze nkiveemu. Bw'okwata ate z'olina zizo z'owaayo n'otamanya nti onaza agoberera amanyi ssente meka z'olina mu nsawo yo. Ova mu banka olinamu mitwalo 5 wano gwe bakusuulidde ekisawo bataddeko mitwalo oba 10 kungulu ng'owayo emitwalo gya 5 oli nga gwe otwala emitwalo 2. Olina okusooka okulowooza nga tonaba kuwona ssente. Byo bye batukola. Omwana bamuwa switi ajja agoberera ono amuwa switi kumba ayagala mubba. Tuleme kubeera nga nkoko gye babba nti bagenda bagisuulira kasooli negoberera omuntu paka gyagenda. Twekenneenyenga ensonga ekya East African Federation eno tukyekenneenye nga tetunaba gamba bugambi mbuno tukole bwetu ne bwe tuti. Tukyekenneenye tulabe obuzibu obulimu tubugonjoole, obuzibu bwe buyinza okuva obuyinza okutwawukanya. Bano abantu baagala tubeere nti tetusobola kwegatta. Ate ne time kuba bakimanyi tuyinza okwegatta twegattire ku nga tufominze United Army and a common market. Beyond that tuba tugenda kola lutalo. Kigenda kubanga tetusobola kwegatta n'omundi n'ogumu singa tetugoberera bintu bituufu bye tulina kukola. Mwebale nnyo.
Thank you so much, Godfrey, for your messages to the show. Senior Judge, I'd like to invite you for the translation and commentary.
What this person is saying is that our differences cannot be reconciled and put in one pot as if they were uniform. It can't. He made a reference. Destroying what we have, he said, Um, take the example of Muslims and the Catholics. The Muslims have their mosques and the Catholics have their churches. Now, if you come and tell them, destroy those buildings, let us build one uniform place of worship whereby you Muslims and you Catholics are all going to go in the same building and worship, you're going to create a problem. Definitely, there will be a serious problem. There is no way, because the Muslims have their ways of worshiping and the Catholics have their ways of worshiping, and those two cannot be reconciled, even though they all believe that there is God. And I agree with that element. Our diversity is our strength. And when we are all adhering to our diversities, we are strong and we are peaceful, what we call peaceful coexistence. Now, the problem we are faced with in that regard is we have people who are very shallow and they are in positions of leadership. But now that we know why they are in the positions of leadership, because they were planted there by foreign interests in order to carry out foreign agendas. What we do not have in positions of leadership are people who are there representing the indigenous people, thinking like indigenous people, pushing indigenous agendas for the advancement of the indigenous people. This is what we are lacking. I recall when President Clinton visited Ghana some years ago, some of you listeners were young or not even existing. It was the first time a sitting American president ever visited an African country. And they lined up many dignitaries in Ghana waiting to receive the president. Now, the American media went there in big numbers. There was a section where the Ashanti kings, and let me use the word king, they call them, I think, chiefs, Ashanti. I think the big one is called Ashantiana, but they had all those kings lined up with men holding the umbrellas in full lingeries of their dignities. Now, a CBS news reporter came to one of those chiefs and asked him, "Sir, the American president is coming to your country. What do you want the American president to do for you?" That was a loaded question. I think the American reporter was expecting that chief or that king to say, "Oh, I want him to build a hospital for me in my home village or whatever. Or I want him to do this for us. Or I want, typical African beggars." Do you know what that chief has told the reporter? "Oh, it is good that the American president is coming to visit our country. We are going to listen to his ideas. If there are any ideas that are useful and palatable to our conditions, we shall take them. If there is none, it is nice seeing him." Yes, but I'm telling you, the American president is coming. What would you want him? What will you ask him to do for you? And the man repeated the same sentence. "We shall listen to his ideas. If any of his ideas are useful and applicable to our conditions, we shall take them. But if they are not, it is nice meeting him." And the American reporter walked away empty handed. That's what I call an African. But in some other place, "Oh, please, we want him to give us a new road going to Masaka. We want him to build a school for us." Come on. That makes you a subservient human being looking up to this white man as a source of your salvation. That Ashanti king was not in that type of an African. That's what we need to be. That's what I want to be. That's what I want you to be.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu. And that is key to our liberation, because it's only with how we mentally see ourselves that we can totally free ourselves. Our own exploitation is behind the belief that we are less than, and we've never been. Right now, we'll listen to from another voice note. This is from Rodney Kamala from West Nile.
Good evening, UNN. Good evening, Desire. Kintu. Thanks for the show. Thanks for once again giving us knowledge. To me, I think the greatest problem we have in Africa is determination and a desire to deal with our problems. We quite often seek for others, intervene amidst our problems. We still have the mentality in which Africa has been taught. These whites, in most cases, they taught Africans to distrust themselves, not to believe in themselves, to hate themselves, and it has been going on and on and on, and still going on and on. For example, in Uganda, a Ugandan will embrace a white, even though a fellow Ugandan comes or is doing something, they perceive it. They have that. They perceive that whites, what they own or what they have, is of value compared to the blacks. So that superiority complex is still. We are in the 21st century, where we have the best technology, but in Africa we have the worst hospitals. We're in the century where people are more educated, but in Africa we are still dying of weird diseases, malaria. People are doing weird things. So it is just lack of, how can I say, Africans are just, they leave things to whom it may concern. So to remove that, we need to change our mentality. Africa needs to change the mentality, and we need to look at things at the broader perspective. And like in Uganda, one time I asked my friend, people think good life is driving, eating these genetically modified foods. Like in Uganda, someone will praise KFC. If someone goes to KFC to eat food, they will praise it. They will even take photos, not knowing actually they are digging their own graves. One time I asked my friend, the food people eat from KFC, do you even know the recipe they use in preparing that food? They don't know. So Africans, we have to remove that segment within ourselves. We have to trust each other. We have to believe in ourselves, and we have to uplift each other, and we have to see ourselves as people of potential and people who can thrive, because God has been so good to us. An African can go in any country, no matter which weather condition, no matter which food, and can survive. But a white cannot go to some, now like in Middle East. For these whites to move in Middle East under the sun, they have to smear themselves. But me as a Ugandan, I can't Even I can decide to move without smearing anything on my body, and I can even walk outside. But for them, they can't. They can't. I can move under this sunshine even if I'm not putting on a sunglass. But for them, majority, they can't. So we have failed to use what God has given us. Instead, we are opting for things that doesn't even matter. So that has to stop. For us to go forward, then we have to weed leaders, those whom we put in offices, presenters. We have to weed them, we have to screen them, and we have to put laws each country. If we realize you are working for so and so and so, the thing should be death penalty. Nothing, no compromise, nothing. Even I used to wonder, why should African leaders be tried in Hague? They should be here to face their people. Because in Hague we have seen, they take them, they have TVs, they're enjoying life now like Ongwen. He has even grown chicks, the guy is fat, they're in suit. They should face people here whom they have committed crime against. They have to face them here, not again take them to Hague. So I think that is my observation. Then back like on East African level, I think for us in East Africa, the first enemy is Rwanda. Not Rwanda as a country, because it has coexisted with other countries before, when the Hutu and the indigenous Rwandese were in control of Rwanda. So the greatest enemy is the Watusi and this Bahima. Because recently I saw a post of Museveni's son claiming East Africa should be one country. I don't know if you have seen that post, but he posted that East Africa should be one country, and if anyone argues about it, is an enemy of Africa. So those are the people. Rwanda is a small country compared to Congo and Uganda. Of all East Africa, Rwanda is small. How comes Rwanda is now dictating almost everything in East Africa, if not with the help of these colonial masters? And I'm 100% sure, once these Hutus are wiped out of East Africa, it will give us a stepping stone. Because these are the people who have nowhere they belong. They don't have anywhere they call their homes. They're just wandering everywhere. And to make it worse, they can't coexist with people from different countries. They can't coexist with indigenous people. Wherever they find, they want to kill, poison, take land, everything, all the evil things they are doing. So I think in East Africa, our stepping stone will be after wiping off these Batusi. That is my point, and of which we need a well strategic plan. If we are to do that in a calculative manner, we delete them completely and wipe them out. And I believe many African countries are now knowing where the problem of Africa, mostly East Africa, is coming from. It is in Uganda currently and Rwanda, of which Uganda it is Museveni and his Batusi, and Rwanda also the same. So people from East Africa have to know who our enemies are. Then it will be easier, because I don't think an American can come direct to fight here in Africa, you know, or in East Africa. I don't think America can send their troops directly to come and fight if you're fighting these Batusi. And if we wipe them out, because they are the ones who don't know anything. They are the ones who don't belong anywhere. They are being used anyhowly, and they are very toxic and dangerous to our society. So I think those are the first people you have to wipe off. Thanks for the show. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Rodney, for sending in your voice note. Senator, I'd like to invite you to respond to your voice notes.
Well, that gentleman has expressed his opinion, and I am sure he's entitled to his opinion. And here, as we advocate for democracy, we are always willing and ready to hear from every person's opinion and the views. One thing I can say, when he mentioned about people who are being used against others, definitely that is what we call mental colonization. We still have a very serious problem among our people who are mentally colonized. They are black on the surface, but inside they are different colors. It is like what Betty Namboze said about his her friend Mao, and said, "You are green on the outside, but yellow inside." We have Africans who are like that. They look like us, they talk like us, but they act differently. That's where you can tell that this person is mentally colonized. I think we have to be grateful to UNN, because this is one channel I know of, and I'm saying this in all honesty, that is educating people to be able to understand exactly what is at stake. A lot of people talk, talk, and then you listen to their talk. Either it is nonsense or it is forecasting. Some of them are very good weather forecasters. They tell us what is going to happen, and it happens. But that's good. I appreciate that. You know whom I'm talking about. Then now who is going to die next within the 2 months, and I have my bottle, a special bottle of wine ready to open when I hear that news that that person has conked out. In any case, that's all I can do. After all, I'm not going to be there to shoot him. So we have people who are mentally colonized, and UNN is doing a good job, and I think we should all encourage everybody to come and take a good chance and listen to what is being broadcast on this channel. Maybe you're going to learn something, one or two, but you got to be dumb not to pick up at least one good thing out of all the numerous broadcasts UNN has done. Certainly, the colonialists are using our own people who are black on the outside but different inside to push for the East African Federation. Remember, the British did that to us when we gained independence. You cannot give a country like Uganda with one province and a federal system and three other provinces, or rather districts, with a semi-federal, and then the rest with a unitary. I mean, it is just as bad as what that person said. Having one building in which Catholics and Muslims and whatever and the Buddhists are all worshiping in one building, it just can't work. The countries which didn't get this kind of a mess have maintained some form of stability. And I'm talking about countries like Tanzania or Tanganyika at that time, because the Bahaya and the Banyamwezi and the Ukerewes and the Bachaga and the Bahehe could have had a semi-federal system while the rest of the country has a unitary system, because those had strong kings, but they didn't do it. And look at the stability they have enjoyed since 1961. And look at the mess we are in. So you can lead a country into trouble by setting a broken or a feeble, weak foundation on which it will stand. Because when the wind starts blowing, that thing is going to fall apart. That's what has happened to Uganda. So the British are responsible in many ways than one for our suffering. Now, the same people are trying to use their hooligans, whom they have tamed thoroughly well, in our midst to push for a federation. You cannot have a federation the way they are purporting it to be, which means a unitary form of government throughout East Africa with one president, and expect peace. I think that I heard that they mentioned about free movement of labor. You know what that means? We are already seeing the effects of that. Every position in Uganda is occupied by a Mutusi from Rwanda. Now they want to give that freedom with this so-called under the cover of federation, and you are going to see those people dominating and pushing their own people and squeezing out the indigenous people in Nairobi all the way to Mombasa. Because even when the so-called heads of state sit down and vote, let's look at the mathematics. You have Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, and the DRC. Okay? If you look at these 7 countries, Museveni is the king of the Tutsi Empire. Under Museveni, he has Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, Uganda, and maybe some influence in Tanzania. I don't know, but let's leave Tanzania out. Now, out of 7, Museveni has control. Oh, by the way, I didn't add in the DRC.
Congo. Yeah, Congo as well.
Yes, Museveni has now 5 out of 7. If the heads of state today sat down to vote,
and
where
right
the hell
now,
are you standing?
Right now, if the president of Kenya remains the person
Now, if
that's
we
being
get
proposed,
Ruto, what do you have? What do you have? And Ruto is going to
the
sit
same
there.
thing.
Whatever Museveni, if Museveni tells him now, I want to transfer Kayihura to be head of the police force in Kenya, Ruto cannot say no, because he says, well, you cannot refuse what I'm telling you. After all, remember, I made you. You see the problem we are in? This damn thing has to be thrown out immediately. They killed the East African Federation, the East African Common Market, which we had before. And now what they want to put there is the East African Federation, which the white people wanted to do in 1950s. You have to be sick in your head to accept this kind of nonsense.
And right now we'll go to our last contributor to the show, and this is Vincent from UAE.
Nemisa kintu mwe bali kutuweereza tusiima nnyo byonna bye mutuweereza bannaffe. Naye nze okusinziira ku kyendabye mu puroguramu ya leero era neze puroguramu zetuze nga tuyitamu akabanga, Abafirika tulina obuzibu bw'amaanyi nnyo. Ekintu ekitulya kiri kimu, twasalawo ne tusuula embeera zaffe ez'Obufirika ne tutwala ekyo eky'omuzungu kye yaleeta ate ne tukiremerako. Nga bwe kiri nti kyaleetebwa omuntu mukyamu yalina interest ze n'akisiga mu ffe, naffe tuze tukigoberera ne kigenda nga kirya ne tukiteeka ne mu migi gy'emito, kati ogenda okwesanga ngo abantu abandi badde ab'obuvunaanyizibwa mu ggwanga nga balina osalirawo ensi yaffe ng'ate be baliriddwa embeera eno ey'ekizungu. Kwega kati n'otunuulira abantu nga abakyala nga sipiika wa paalamenti ali mu kifo kinene kya mugaso eri eggwanga naye ng'akulaga nti ye okufaanana ng'omufirika yakivaako alina kufaanagana nga muzungu. Addidde ebizigo yeesiize yenna kugamba avudde mu kweruka apeeruse ntategeerekeka nga ye awulira nga muli yandifaananye nga muzungu. N'otunuulira ono ow'amagye ono yali omukulu w'amagye Jjajja Odongo. Yes, kati otunuulira omuntu ng'oyo ng'ali ku kifo kinene kikulu naye musajja naye yeeyerusa nti naye ayagala kufaanagana nga muzungu. Kwega ogenda n'otunuulira kati omwana omuto ye alaba ekyo ekifaananyi amanye oli omuntu yali supiriya era kyova olaba nti embeera eno ey'ekikolone ejja kugira tutambuliramu olw'ensonga ffe Abafirika naffe ffennyini tetwekkiririzaamu. Kale awo eŋŋambira tulina okukyuka tusobole okurespektinga ebyo ebyali ebyabajjajjaffe n'embeera y'obulamu nga bwe baabutambuzanga tulabike nga tusobola okugenda mu maaso. Kuba kati ogenda ne weebuuza ekintu ne weesanga omwana muto naye nga ye akugamba nti bwe nkula njagala kuwasa muzungu oba omulala njagala kufumbirwa muzungu. Kale n'otunuulira ebyo byonna kati oli ng'alaba kugaa nti bali abazungu be bali supiriya mu buli kimu era be basaanye okubeera nabo. Kakati n'otunuulira n'ogenda ku ssomero n'osanga omusomesa ng'asomeseza abaana byonna abasomesa ebitambulira mu sirabaasi zaffe by'abakoloni. Kakati tetulina ngeri gye tuyinza kwejja mu miguwa gy'abakoloni gino ng'ate tukyasoma bye tusoma nga byebyo bo be baagala tukole ki tuwulire okuva gye bali. Tetulina kabi konna ke tuboogerako mu sirabaasi zaffe nti oba okubawo kwabwe kutukosa bwe kuti oba bwe kuti wabula okubanga nti buli kimu ekiriwo bawaanibwa buwaanibwa ebyafako okubisoma ebitugasa ne tugenda nga tusoma mu history ne tusoma abasajja abawangaaliranga eyo bahitira baani. Kati ne tuleka okuba nga tusoma ku baliiders baffe abaali ab'amaanyi nga bwe twandisomye bakuba Kingi Mwanga. Kati ne tulaba nga tugaziya obwongo nga tubugaziyiza mu bantu abaatuwamba obuwanvu. Kale n'olwekyo nze ndaba obuwanguzi bwaffe okulabika nga tuteekawo independent Africa ng'ate obwongo bwaffe bukyali crippled mu mbeera y'ekikoloni eno kijja kuba kizibu. Kisaana ne tumala okweribalatinga kati nga bwe tugenda mu eno bwe tuli mu eno federal revolution bwe tumala okugiggusa nti tugiggusizza ne tuzimba emisingi. Kati okuva mu misingi abaana bajja kuyiga bamanye nti abantu bano eno nga tumaze okuyita mu kusoma ne bamanya nti abantu bano batukosa bwe bati ne bwe bati. Awo nno tusobola okuba nga twerwanako naye awatali ekyo bijja kuba bizibu. Ekizibu ekirala kye tulina kyekyabano ba leaders abapulitendinga. Kugamba leader n'abeeraawo ng'alimbalimba abantu mu ggwanga nti ayimiriddewo ku lwabwe na kubayamba kutwala nsi mu maaso. Naye nga ekiri mu mutima gwe puppet akolera bali nga puppet awedde emirimu akolera bali. Kale mu mbeera eyo nze ŋŋamba nti oba okusobola okwewala ba puppet leaders bano tusaanye tufune ba leaders tuddeyo ku ba leaders be twalina ab'obwakabaka bwaffe obwalingawo tubeere nga tutambulira mu ba leaders abo abatali ba byakulonda. Situganye nti nabo babeera byabufuzi naye nabukulembeze naye nga kuganga si bakukubako kalulu kugamba batukulembere mu mbeera nti ajja kuba nga talina waasiwaasi nti bwe sikolera oli muzungu abantu bange bajja kubayitamu banzijewo ate bo bakole ki batuuzeeko wabwe gwe baagala. Kugamba nti mu mbeera eyo tusobole okutambula n'abakulembeze baffe be tusobola okukkiririzaamu nga kwegamba nti nabo bakola ku lw'omuntu wa wansi okusinga bwe tutambula n'abakulembeze nga abatayinza kukolera muntu wa wansi nga bakolera ate bali eri abatali bannansi bo ne basigala nga bafuna mu mawanga gaffe ne basigala nga tunyunyuntibwa. Kale mu mbeera eyo awo enteseza nti bwe tuba nti tumaze okugguka ekyokugamba nti tukozese obukulembeze buno oba buli nze ndaba nga ekyandibadde best okulabika nga twejjako abanyuunyuusi kwe okuzzaawo obwakabaka bwaffe mu mbeera esoboka kwegamba amawanga gaffe gagende mu maaso nga gakulemberwa obwakabaka obwo ng'era bwe kyalinga edda. Awo tujja kwesanga nti olw'okuba nti tujja kuba tweriminatinze chain eno ey'abapolitician tujja kuba tujja eliminatinze, tujja kwesanga nti ono omulabe ajja n'akozesa bano ba puppets talina waatuyita, ajja kuba takyalina waatuyita kwensonga nti interest zanaaba aleeta nga wewandigambye nti ngenda kuyambako wano bw'oba weesimbyewo mu kalulu bw'onoomala okuwangula onyambe mu kino ne kino, ffe awo tuba tubuuseewo. Kale mu mbeera eyo ndabira ddala nti bwe tudda ku kyaba leaders baffe bano tujja kuba tukola ki? Tujja kuba nga tuyitamu bulungi. Kale mu byonna mwebale bannaffe kutuweereza. Nsigadde nze Vincent, mwebale nnyo, tusiima nnyo bye mutuweereza. Weewaawo. Nansonyiwa nkomyewo ku katono. Nina ekibuuzo kigenda eri Mr. Kintu, naye nga kya mu puroguramu enkadde, mbadde nzirangamu emabega n'endala ku puroguramu enkadde ezo. Naye nina wenjagala Mr. Kintu otagululireko. Waliwo we mwali muweereza puroguramu ne mulangira Kimbugwe ku nnaku z'omwezi 29 ogw'omusanvu 2022 nga muli ku series z'Abakakamega. Waliwo Mr. Kintu wagenda n'ogambira nti Bakakamega bano bakyusa engeri gye baali bateesezza okubanga baka oba obwakabaka busikirwamu, kuba nti wali ogenda nti baali bateesezza nti omwana ow'omukyalo ow'empeta y'anaasikanga, naye bwe kyaggwa olwa interest zaabwe baddira omwana eyandibadde omwana ow'empeta ne bamuggyawo ne bateekawo ne basikiza omwana ataalina kusika eyali ava mukyala ataali wa mpeta. Njagala kuntaguliramu kaawo Mr. Kintu, omwana oyo ye mwana ki era kabaka ki yasikirwa mu mbeera eyo, namulangira ki omutuufu yali alina okusika? Weewaawo nja kusanyuka nnyo ng'ekibuuzo kyange kiddibwamu kubanga mbadde mpuliriza emirundi emirundi naye ng'awo wositegeerawo.
Senior Kintu, please do feel welcome to respond.
Yes. Well, let me start with that last point that gentleman has raised. Yes, I remember saying that. I think we are talking about the succession to the throne after King Daudi Chwa died. And the issue was who is going to be the heir to the throne. Now, the traditional channels of Buganda picking a successor to the throne was a clear and well-known, well-practiced, well-tested system. Now, at that time, it is known that I don't remember the exact year, but it was early in the 1900s when Daudi Chwa died. And the argument was the Bakungu, the elders of Buganda, had a chosen prince who should have taken over the throne. But the Anglican Bishop of Namirembe intervened. I don't remember his name, but it is there. You can find it out. He intervened that since Christianity had come into Buganda and the king had been practicing Christianity, that means his official wife, although the Kabaka had many wives and many children, his official church-wed wife, first son, should be the one to be sworn in as the new king. Now, the little Prince Edward Mutesa was a young boy, not ready to be a king. But you have seen even in the tape you played today that immediately he was a young boy, that they have said it in that tape you played today that immediately he was put in the hands of a British family to groom him into leadership. Now, what do you expect when a young boy like that is put in the hands of a young a British family? not a young traditional Muganda family among the Bakungu of Buganda. No, it was a British family. Now, what do you think that British family was operating in a colony? He had to be part of the system. What was the idea? To brainwash him.
Yeah.
And after that, they took him to England and assigned him to a family of one of the aristocrats. In other words, to tame him so that he grows up thinking, valuing, and appreciating whatever is English, not whatever is Buganda. No. So they grabbed this young boy and groomed him, thinking that they are going to tame him. The whole purpose, let's be clear, it was to tame him. But the argument they used to justify their picking a young boy to be tamed, as opposed to allowing the traditionalists pick a mature young prince who is already solid in the Baganda kingship traditions. That one would be impossible to deal with as far as the English colonizers were concerned. Now, if the Archbishop of Namirembe used that argument to justify pushing upstairs this young kid whom they were ready to tame, when it came to King Mutesa dying, and now they have to pick a new king, the Archbishop of Namirembe could not go in the archives and says, it has been the standard of judgment from my position that a son of the official church-wed wife should be next. But they went to this other one, who is a son of course, is a true son of the late king, but his mother is not the official church-wed mother. And as you all know, anyone who is a good lawyer will agree with me that many times the judges will say, according to the way a case like this happened in California, and the judge ruled like this, then I am ruling like that. Because that sets the presidency. But they didn't do it this time around. Why? Why not? I blame the Archbishop of Namirembe, because he should have stood on his feet. But it is now on record that the Archbishop of Namirembe went along with this little Kakamega group to push this one for their own hidden agenda. And the hidden agenda they were playing, underneath it, you have Yoweri Museveni and you have the British. That's why we are in this mess. And you can check that out and find that it is true. So we have a serious problem with the Kakamega group and their extended tentacles. Now you can put the dots together and find where the tentacles. Okay. Now, the other points you've raised, you said that we Africans have a problem because we abandoned our ways and our values and tried to copy foreign ways and foreign values, to the point of even trying to, should I call it, paint ourselves so that we look like we are white. And we use this woman, the horrible speaker of the parliament, and some other characters there in this government. Well, what do you expect? Look at her and hear what she says. Prince Kimbugu has really done a good job exposing all the stupidity this woman carries in her underwears. It is horrible. Now, you are right. We need to teach our children our history. We need to teach our children we need even to teach ourselves our values and our interests, so that we can no longer we can no longer allow ourselves to be misled and misused and fooled by foreign interests. You have mentioned that you would advocate restoring our old kingships, so that we rule ourselves we all live under the kingships instead of living under the politicians. That's a good proposition, and I hope you will bring it to the FCC conference when it will be convened, and bring those ideas. Let them be discussed by the people. If the public says this is what we want, fine with me. If the public says, no, we take this one, we leave that, fine with me. Because after all, we expect everyone to be constructive and productive. I hope I have answered your point, sir. If I haven't, well, ask me another time. I will labor again to see that I satisfy your interests.
I think Senior Kintu, another part of his question was who was the rightful prince that they want that was supposed to take the throne at that point in time.
It's not that I avoided answering that part of his question, but I want to tell this gentleman I do not belong to that group of people who have the privilege of picking and choosing who should be the next king. I don't do that.
No, to have access to that information. With that being said, so just to my understanding, so we all don't know who that prince would have been anyway, regardless. If we're not.
Well, no desire. I am very, very sure the people who are in the know and the people who are expected to be in charge of that selection definitely know. Because what I know as a Mukopi is that the Savalangira always convenes a meeting whereby he produces all the eligible princes, and then those who are charged with the duty of picking which one should go on the throne do choose from those people. I am sure they do, but there has been a lot of negative noise regarding what transpired when the choice was handed over to the public.
And to our last voice note, this is from Samuel from the UK.
Thank you, Desire and the Senior Kintu, Religious Kintu. We appreciate amazing job you do. Thank you. God give you whatever you deserve. I don't know whether it's late but I've just come a few minutes ago. I just did the program just in the middle. But I just wanted also to contribute with one caller who has just left. By the way, my name is Sam. And I just want to add on some few words with the caller who has been calling. It's the first one, the last caller. No, I don't know whether she was in US but he was just commenting about the Rwanda and the Congo, Uganda, and maybe East Africa. Yeah, to add on his comment about Rwanda, I think Rwanda I don't think Rwanda has worked since when Kagame took power. The Rwanda, Aeropizita, RP, whatever, the rebels who came from Uganda, and today are the one in charge, the Batusi, I will call it, because when we say Rwanda, Bahutu, the we different type of people in Rwanda. But we always, when we talk Rwanda, we talk about the Hutus, native. And Rwanda, I see these Tutsis when they used to be in Uganda. I remember I was young, I used to see them. They are not so much hard work. They used to in the markets where they get cattle from somewhere, or maybe stealing them and sell them. So those are the jobs they wanted to do. So they go somewhere in lunch and buy some cattle, or whether they steal them or we didn't even know. But I used to see most of them Kampala wearing nicely, and some of them used to go to mean still can't take them in Congo and sell them there. So they had the network, Congo or from Kenya. They used to sell their still stolen cars to Congo, and some even smuggling some gold. This is what I used to see some people wearing nice or putting some gold. Used to be Rwandese dealers, and those are Tutsis. Today, I'm not so surprised when they are in Rwanda, and I don't think these people have worked hard, because they did not work in Rwanda. If Rwanda is not, Uganda is not there, this man power, or Congo, where they have been, coming in and out, creating rebel fight there, and get those minerals from there. This country ought to be anyway, and the outside, help assistance, and the money which are they get from Uganda government to support them silently there. We don't know how much money are they, because they do things in a security way. These are people who are cooperating, working together, and lying to other people, and they have been doing that since it started. And then they also saying that we have the embargo, it means close the border Uganda and Rwanda. But these people are still together. We have seen that closing down the border, the land, not the hair. What does that mean? So these people, they have their game. But I still have a doubt that these, if not Uganda or Congo, they not survive that. Because they are not working. They are just getting money from somewhere and, invest something. But they are not hard worker, because they enjoy so much good life and expensive life, but they don't work. They don't know how. They are not making. They don't know how to make good money, because you can see here they have failed to to manage the factories or companies in Uganda since they came. In Uganda, they are very few and get much money for stolen out from outside, and with the money which they when they captured this government of Mobutu. We don't know how much gold did they stolen from there, or from today when they are in the guerrilla war every year to year, how much gold are they getting from? So that is how they get their income from outside these two countries. Otherwise, always help of the Western countries. And when after finishing the war, there is some money from the United Nations that I think is from the United Nations, which when the country from the war and to develop for development. Yeah, but my question is that do you think really these people, does Rwanda going to has it make development for itself, or getting money from outside? Because it's not that it has so many companies or to develop it itself like that. You got some Airbuses, which Uganda doesn't have any. After the war, where are they getting the money? So thank you for your time and listen. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for sending that voice note and for your question, which I'll leave up to Senior Kintu to respond to before we close off our show today.
Oh, thank you very much, Sam, for giving us that kind of information about Rwanda, some of which we didn't know. I think it is very informative to all of us, and we appreciate your contribution.
And I think at the end he had a question about where Rwanda is receiving all of this money. If I can attempt to answer, is most of this money is coming from Kagame's military contributions across in other African countries. They're getting money in from the Western world, aiding with all these big projects, the building of the big stadiums, the flashy things that we have seen over time. It's all foreign aid that is supporting even Kagame's own luxury. So if that kind of...
Yeah, he gave us the answer to the same question. He gave us the answers before he raised the question.
Before he raised the question.
Exactly. That's why I said, thank you for informing us. I don't know anything.
That is true. He actually did. I just realized. But I would like at this point for us to, bid our farewells. But before we do that, I want to thank everyone who has called in, sent a voice note, stayed with the program. I know we go through so much information, and at many different points in time, wherever you find us or however you catch us or whenever you tune in and what topic we're talking about, it can be hectic at times. Thank you for hanging in there, staying to the end of the program, calling in, expressing yourselves, and bringing the opinions into a pool. This is how it should be. We're always in conversation with ourselves and with each other. It is key to building the community we want to live in. But at this point, at this point in time, I'd like to also thank my co-host and then invite you, Senior Kintu, to give your closing statement for today's program.
Ladies and gentlemen who have been with us throughout this show, we thank you very much for your patience and your contribution, which has been very, very constructive. I presume that we have answered your questions and also that we have shared with you valuable information which you can take, digest on it, and find a way of applying it to your own situations. And by that I mean Uganda, because whenever we learn something, we should be able to find something we can apply or utilize in our own circumstances. Other than that, thank you very much, and I hope you will join us again on our next shows. We have plenty of very, very informative and thought-provoking shows coming up every day throughout the week. Um, Please inform other people to join us, inform other people to take a chance on learning from us, because this UNN channel is out there to distribute, to disseminate, to expound good, useful information to everybody. That is how we can build Uganda. Let's get out of this nonsense of some hanky-panky stuff which people parade around. Some people call it bathroom conversation. And that's what a lot of it is. Let's get out of that bathroom conversation. Let's get serious on how to build Uganda. Uganda needs you, Uganda needs you, and you need Uganda. Let's build it. Together, we shall succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu, for being here with me today, for going through all the information we had to go through, and for also, bringing your line of thought. Like the fact that this is information or solutions that were drawn up in the 1940s, and they still ring true to so many people with experiences such as of your own. And also, I'd like to remind people that you're actually an economist, and this comes with an ounce of knowledge of how not only, because when we say know the enemy, and when we speak of our enemy being people who dwell either in Europe or in present-day United States and Canada, we forget that it's not just the people, but it's actually what you always say. It's always economics behind it. It's not personal, but economics is driving the machine of where they attack and exploit next. So this solution still ringing true, and having economists come, and because not a lot of African economists are doing what you're doing. Many have fallen victims of capitalism and raising their own pockets and not caring about the masses. So I'd like to appreciate that economists such as yourself are able to still recognize, and especially I say economists such as yourselves because it's within the African elites that we have lost people for the masses. It's within the African educated, especially elders and seniors, that we have people not contributing to the masses. It's the African elite that has become the problem for the African, because a white man's not going to just come and into a nation and hand over the nation to. Museveni's case is different because that was from war. They will hand over the nation with a coup to a nincompoop, as you always say. But when they want to take over the nation's economy, they're going to get a brainwashed economists of sort who believes in their values and systems. So I'd like to thank not only the Lord that we still have seniors such as you to rely on, but that people like you still exist who are going to say the truth for what it is. We need an African common market. We need an African united. It's not about Uganda having a strong economic market or East Africa having a strong economic, economic bloc on the African continent. The truth is we need an African economic market. And I'd like to say not a lot of African economists are going to admit to that. So I commend you. I thank you for being here with us every Sunday without fail and throughout the week when you're needed. and for highlighting and just putting the shows on another caliber with your experience and knowledge. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you so much. And I myself would like to say farewell as well. Hopefully this show has benefited a lot of us and will continue to serve a lot of us with, as we revisit it, as we revisit the knowledge, as we revisit everything that we have talked about today. We have to understand that this war did not just start with us. This war has been, or this revolution has been happening over time. From our ancestors to our elders have been through it. Now we have to carry on the stick to march forward. And it is on us. The onus is on us. No one's going to ever come save us or help us or be there for us. So as Senior Kintu say, know the enemy is number one. And number two, understand where our strength lies. And our strength can only lie in our unity, but that's also with not unity to erase, but to take pride in our diversity. Because when it comes to us being a diverse people, that has always been the case. But it doesn't mean that we cannot unify. We can also unify and establish what Senior Kintu always says also, peaceful coexistence. These are all important aspects to reflect on and imagine in our futures, because it's important for us to start to imagine a future created by us, drawn by us, drafted by us, and also contributed to by us, and get away from the European erosion of our identity, of our vision, of where we see ourselves, and get out of that web. But I'd like to thank you all, and until next Sunday, this was the Tower at UNN. A good night, a good morning, a good afternoon from wherever you're watching.
Ssekabaka Edward Luwangula Walugembe Muteesa II yali mwana wa kutaano mu baana ba Ssekabaka Dawudi Chwa. Dawudi Chwa abaana yabaweza, ebyafaayo biraga 36 naye mu bo Muteesa ye yavaamu n'afuuka kabaka wa Buganda owa 35 n'atuuzibwa ku Namulondo mu Butongole mu 1942 e Nnaggalabi mu Buddo nga kyajjaweza emyaka 18. Mu kiseera ekyo Buganda nayo yali wansi w'obufuzi bw'Abamatwala Abangereza era baali basala amagezi agagigattako ebitundu ebirala oluvannyuma ebyakola ensi eyitibwa Uganda olwaleero. Abangereza bano be bamu Muteesa be yagugulana nabo emyaka ejjaddirira ku ky'okugatta Buganda ku bitundu ebirala olwo balyoke bamutwale mu buwaŋŋanguse Bungereza omulundi ogwasooka mu 1953. Mu 1924 maama wa Muteesa Drusilla Namaganda yamuzaalira amaka g'omusajja eyayitibwanga Albert Cook eyabeeranga e Makindye mu Kampala. Yali musajja mukugu mu kujjanjaba n'okuzaalisa era ye mutandisi w'eddwaliro ly'e Mengo e Kampala. Muteesa baayanga okumuteekateeka mu by'obukulembeze. Ku myaka 5 yali atandise okubeera mu basomesa abakugu nga Reverend H.M. Grace yali akulira King's College e Buddo. Oluvannyuma ennyo ng'amaliriza okusoma e Buddo, Muteesa yayongerwayo e Bungereza ku Magdalen College e Cambridge era eyo gye yatendekerwa mu by'amagye n'avaayo ng'ali ku ddaala erya Kano. Ebyobufuzi by'Abamatwale byali bibunye wonna Muteesa wagenda okusomera ne we yaddira. Abangereza bamulumirizanga okujemesa abantu, ate n'abantu nga balumiriza Muteesa okuba omutiitiizi ng'Abazungu batwala ensi ye. Olumu katono ne baminisita b'emmengo bakubwa abantu mu kwecwacwana okwabangawo. Terwalwa mu 1905 Abangereza baleeta ekiteeso Buganda egattibwe ku bitundu ebirala bifuuke Uganda. Olwo ate Uganda egattibwe ku Kenya ne Tanganyika olwaleero eyitibwa Tanzania, bakole ekitundu ekiyitibwa British East Africa. Muteesa yalinnya mu kyoto. Olukiiko emmengo ne lusaba Buganda yeetongole ebiveemu, kyokka nga ne Gavana Andrew Cohen bakama ab'e Bungereza bamutadde ku bunkenke okugatta ebitundu ebyo. Amagezi Cohen ge yafuna gaali gakutikka Muteesa kumutwala mu buwaŋŋanguse Bungereza.
Butisa II, Kabaka of Buganda, is in London to fight the government's decision to exile him from the little province that is part of the Uganda Protectorate.
Abangereza ku muliro baayiwako amafuta bwe baleeta ekiteeso nti olukiiko emmengo lulonde kabaka omulala. Abaganda ne beesoma okujemera abafuzi b'Amatwale ekiba kibe. Gavana Cohen endasi zaamuggwa n'akkiriza okutuula mu nteeseganya n'Abaganda. Era oluvannyuma lw'endagaano ya Hancock oba Wankoko nga bwe yaganja mu budde obwo, Muteesa yadda mu nsi ye mu Okitoba wa 1955. Muteesa teyamanya nti ekyali kigenda okutwala obwakabaka kyali kitandika butandisi, kubanga vaawo mpitawo mu by'obufuzi yagendera ddala mu maaso okutuuka Muteesa lwe yalondebwa nga pulezidenti wa Uganda eyasooka mu 1963. Enteeseganya ezaali e Bungereza mu 1961 mwezi okukola ssemateeka wa Uganda zaalimu ne Milton Obote eyali abaze okufuna ekifo kya Ssaabaminisita kubanga kye kyali ekyenkizo okusinga ku kya pulezidenti. Abamu ku baali mu nteeseganya ezo nga babaza ebyobufuzi bwe bigenda okutambula bakkaanya ekibiina kikabaka yekka kikola omukago ne Uganda People's Congress ekyobote balemesa Democratic Party. Kyokka enkolagana ya kabaka yekka ne UPC yagenda efuna ebigiremesa okutuuka mu 1964 lwe yasaanawo. Entalo z'ebyobufuzi zaakwata wansi ne waggulu ng'olwo eno Ssaabaminisita Obote ne Idi Amin omuduumizi w'amagye babataddeko omusango gw'okubba amasanga e Congo ng'ate olukiiko emmengo lwesomye lwagala gavumenti ya Uganda esenguke eve ku ttaka lya Buganda efune ekibanja awalala. Ekiteeso ekyo kyatabula Obote era mu 1966 amagezi ge yafuna okukkakanya ebyaliwo yasindika musajja we Idi Amin ne bakuba olubiri lwa kabaka emmengo era katono Muteesa afiiremu singa tebaali basajja be nga Katende, George Malo, Mumiransanafu n'abalala okumuyambako okudduka. Mu 1967 obwakabaka bwa Buganda n'obwakabaka obulala bwonna mu Uganda gavumenti Obote yabuwera. Olwo ebyobuwangwa n'ebyobufuzi by'emmenga abantu ne batandika kubyogerangako mu kyama. Mu 1969 abantu nga bakyalina essuubi nti oba oliawo Muteesa alidda nga bwe gwali mu 1955 amawulire gaatuuka kuno nti yali afiiridde Rotherhithe mu Bungereza ekikyateeberezebwa okuba nti bwali butwa obwateekebwa mu mwenge. Abamu bakkiriza nti ddala Muteesa yali afudde ate bangi ne basigala nga babuusabuusa. Mu 1971 Amin yakulembera abasirikale abalumba olubiri olwo yali kyajjawambe mukama we Obote yalagira enjole ya Muteesa nezzibwa ku butaka era n'aziikibwa mu masiro g'e Nabulagala Kasubi mu Kampala. Omulembe Omuteesa gwajjula okusika omugwambi obufuzi naye teyabulwa budde kulambulanga ku bantu be n'okukola ebyamunyumiranga.
Kabaka bamutegeeza nti embugo twazirage kati nga tukeera ku makya nga tugenda nga ŋŋamba nti nno tova mabega tovaako mabega koze ekikale nga tugenda nga tulaba embogo bazicaggula kati ye n'akwata emmundu embogo zaali ziyita
n'ateeka mu tajeti.
Ate era ndowooza twetaaga n'okuteekawo ebijjukiza abantu be bamulabako n'okuwandiika ebitabo kuba obutowandiika bitabo kizibu nnyo okupreservinga ebimufaako.
Muteesa yawasa Damali Nakawombe mu 1948 n'abakyala abalala okwali Sarah Nawule Kisosonkole azaala Ronald Muwenda Mutebi kabaka wa Buganda owa 36 ali ku Namulondo kati. Bingi ku byataataaganya omulembe gwe Muteesa yabiwandiika mu kitabo kye Desecration of My Kingdom kye yasooka okufulumya mu 1967. Emyaka giweza 50 bukya Muteesa ajja mukono mu ngabo. Akyajjukirwa nnyo era alijjukirwa olw'okuyimirirawo ku nsonga za Buganda.
Taliyo mulongo muwanvu, taliyo nkabira Muteesa.